Peace and love, y'all. How we doing? Good Thursday evening, tapping in. It's your brother M. Reed. One more time for the KhemHotep live stream. All right, so for those that don't know, KhemHotep is like an additional moniker that I have. Let's see, test with this audio real quick and see if we live. But it's an additional moniker that I have that really to me translates to black creative holistic sustainability. And so whenever I do these live streams, whatever the topic is at that time, um, that's the focus. That's the inspiration. That's the motivation behind the conversation for that given time. Um, Black creative holistic sustainability. And so today, um, I wanted to kind of come together and have that conversation around um, what I like to term the state of Black manhood in this country, specifically the incident surrounding Carmelo Anthony and Nolan Wells. And so we're gonna take some time, give it a few minutes, to let some people join. Um, let the announcement get out to everybody. I'm gonna double check, make sure my audio is working good, and I honestly I wish I was a little bit more prepared, but I couldn't let another day go by without having this discussion. It's been a few weeks since I tapped in with y'all, so I've been itching to get back into the space and having a very poignant, in depth conversation. It's going on 2 months since the unfortunate passing of Nolan Xavier Wells out of Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and a little bit over 2.5, almost 3 months since the what's the word, asinine verdict of murder being handed out um, for Carmelo Anthony in his self defense against Austin Metcalf, the late Austin Metcalf, because I do want to emphasize um, that Austin Metcalf lost his life as well. Regardless of how I may feel about him or his kind, I respect life in all forms. I think it is a tragedy when anyone loses their life prematurely. Um, and I'll just leave it at that. We're gonna get a little bit more into the nitty gritty um, and everything like that. But for now, I just want to kind of set the stage, set the tone. We're gonna be talking about what this means for Black men, young Black men. I noticed a couple of things uh, that I want to kind of shed some light and have a little bit of a nuanced conversation around. Um, it might be somewhat challenging to digest aspects of that conversation, but I feel like it does need to be had considering the commonalities between these two incidents. And so, before we do that, though, I do also want to hold space for the spiritual element in in this live stream. It is the evening of a full moon, and so I am in and out of the house in my backyard, tapping in with the nocturnal illumination. The full moon is a natural observance. It comes around every month, but it is also an astrological observance where the moon and the sun are in opposition. And so I think it's very poignant that the moon and the sun are reflecting or somewhat mimicking the opposition we're being faced with today regarding the adversities and trials and tribulations our young young black men are facing in this country and to a greater extent around the world. I'm a big believer of the words of Dr. Martin Luther King. I believe it was Dr. King that said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And so we're here to talk about that. We're here to set the record straight. We're going to dig into some of the meat and potatoes around what happened. Um, but I'm also going to break down what's going on astrologically. And so I may have hinted at it previously, but I'm a practicing astrologer, you know, freelance astrologer, if you will. I don't get the opportunity to practice as much as I would like, but I do want to start incorporating some of that skill set into my live stream, and hopefully it provides some value for you guys out there, for you guys and gals out there. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and break down what the full moon is telling us in regards to what's going on in the sky. And so before I do that, though, um, the title of the title of the live stream is Black Boy Fly. And so you know, everybody has been talking about this Kendrick and Drake beef and everything. Now we're talking about Kendrick in the game and everything like that. Um, what what I want to do with bringing Kendrick into the discussion is to talk about one of his older tracks, a bonus track from the Good Kid, Mad City project, and Black Boy Fly. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up for us because I want to take a look at the lyrics. Um, I believe even though Kendrick's message wasn't necessarily accurate to what we're talking about with Karmelo and Nolan, um, there's something to be said there. There is a discussion to be had, and so I'm not gonna play the song because I do want to keep the stream up, but we are gonna go through the lyrics really quickly. So if you're tapping in with me, let me know in the chat. Say what's up. Say say how's everything. Tell me where you tapping in from. So when I'm pulling up my where we at with it? Hold on. We got tabs. We got tabs. There we go. And we're sharing the audio. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. So y'all can see that. Cool, cool, cool. So this is Black Boy Fly from Kendrick Lamar, and it is a bonus track, second bonus track off of Good Kid, Mad City. So let's see what it says here. The second bonus track off Kendrick Lamar's major label debut album, it focuses on Kendrick seeing people from his neighborhood rise up and achieve greatness. Interestingly, the subject of this song seems to form the basis of the thesis of his next album, the masterpiece To Pimp a Butterfly, the idea of looking back on Compton having left. And so, um, I didn't really think about just the idea of how Karmelo and Nolan may be looking at all of this after having gone through what they've went through. But this live is intended to lift their spirits. I want to lift Nolan Wells' spirit spiritually, especially considering he just had a solar return. We're dealing with the full moon energy and the sun and the moon being in opposition. So this might be like an astrological portal where we can kind of take this conversation and kind of shoot this message through the universe to wherever he may be spiritually. And kind of add some fuel to the fire for this fight that we're all going to be under, embarking upon, because he's going to be fighting for us on the spiritual realm, and we're fighting for him in the physical realm. And so, but even with Karmelo, him being removed from society, him being held in captivity, of course he's feeling some emotions and some he has some feelings around his involvement with the incident and what he did. And I'm pretty sure him taking young Austin's life has had a very traumatic impact on him, uh, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally. But I still want to lift his spirits, because honestly, I don't believe he was completely wrong in the situation. I do believe he was operating in self defense. Um, and I do believe there is something to be said about the value of young Black life in that incident. The whole incident came about because of whatever feelings Austin and Hunter and their whole clique may have had about this young man being under their tent, on their bleachers, whatever. They were trying to police his presence in a public place. And they were confronting him and attacking him in a way that I feel made Karmelo justified in defending himself. So we're gonna go talk about that a little bit more in a second, but for right now, let's go through these lyrics. So the intro to the song, I'm saying what up, netter. I don't say that N word like that. I say netter, which is an ancient Kemetic word representing the divinity of all things that is connected through all things. Netter, you made it. So I'm saying, what up, netter? I hate it. Frustrated, and I'm riding down the back streets, making my conscience ask me, will I survive to make it out this hole in time? Black boy fly, black boy fly, black boy fly, black boy fly. And so he starts the first verse. I used to be jealous of Aaron Afralo. He was the one to follow. He was the one leader foreseeing brighter tomorrows. He would live in the gym. We was living in sorrow. Total envy of him. He made his dream become a reality, actually making it possible to swim. And so that to me, um, yeah, I just had a very powerful presence come over me. That's Nolan. One second. Give me one second. So yeah, all the talk about, his alleged drowning, we're making it possible for him to swim with this conversation tonight. I'm I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm kind of diving deep. I don't know if y'all are familiar with my brother Infinite Waters diving deep, but this is gonna be a very, very deep conversation. I don't have much time either, so we're gonna be kind of going through it. Let me check in with the chat real quick. What's going on, Uja? My brother, appreciate you tapping in. Hope everybody's having a good evening tonight. Let me know if y'all have any questions about anything. Um, but yeah, let's continue here. He was making his way up out of Compton with furthermore to accomplish. Graduate with honors and sponsor of basketball scholars. Nolan played football. Um, It's 2004 and I'm watching them score 30. Remember vividly how the victory points had hurt me, because every basket was a reaction or a reminder that we was just moving backwards. The bungalow where you find us. The art of us ditching classes. Headed nowhere fast. Stick my head inside the study hall. He focused on math. determination, ambition, plus dedication and wisdom, qualities he was given was the shit we didn't have. And so that to me just speaks to not only Aaron Aflalo's character, but we're kind of correlating that with Nolan Wells. Um, him being just a universally well liked, you know, young man. His character and the way people speak of him leads me to believe that he was a morally righteous person. He was a loving person. He was a joyful person. And that breeds a lot of jealousy. You know, we're talking about Kendrick being jealous of Aaron Aflalo. I know I'm butchering his last name. I apologize, but um, I think it's safe to say with everything that's been going on ever since that July 4th party on Horn Island, there's a as much as these guys in this friend group may have embraced or socialized and engaged on a somewhat friendly, intimate level with Nolan, there's clearly a difference in who these guys are and what they stand for, how they were raised. Um, and I believe there is a level of envy and jealousy, even in Nolan's death. I think they're jealous of the attention this young man is getting because it shows how much he was loved, how much people cared about him, regardless of how they feel, regardless of, the apathy or spiritual, what's the word? The spiritual disconnection of his passing. Because they haven't even, I'm not here to judge how people mourn, but they don't seem to be grieving his death like they should if they claim to be quote unquote brothers and best friends. And so, um, let me just continue. He dug inside of his book bag and Coach Palmer asked for his finals. He had his back like a spinal. Meanwhile, we singing the same old song, spinning the vinyl. 11 graders gone wrong. He focused on the NBA. We focused on some Patron. Now watch that black boy fly. So even at the party on July 4th, we talk about some potential substances that may have been passed around. Um, they don't necessarily say Nolan was engaging with it. Well, some people say he was, but for the most part, not everyone. Most people don't believe Nolan was engaging with all of those substances. He might have had a little bit of sip, you know. He might have, partake of some other things as young people are known to do, but I don't personally believe he was under the influence of narcotics, um, or any illegal substances. My man might have been drinking, you know. I'll even give y'all, he might have had a little weed or something. I don't know if they were smoking weed out there on Horn Island. But I'll just to get benefit of the doubt. I'm not saying one way or the other, but I'm pretty sure he wasn't on no powder. I'm pretty sure he wasn't on no pills. My man was getting ready to go to football camp, and after doing all that training all spring and all summer, why would you want to, set yourself back for a July 4th bender just to be intoxicated? That's something them other boys was doing, or the punter, whoever, the punter that only got to play once or twice a quarter, But Nolan, who out there lining it up three, 4 times every down or every drive, he out there through every down damn near. He's the number one receiver, running routes, blocking. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he was out there trying to get super drunk and definitely not taking no substances to, whatever. So that being said, the first verse to me is a celebration of Aaron Aflalo, but just that leadership spirit in our warriors. Because athletes are symbols of warriors, especially in our communities. They're the most athletic, they're the strongest, they're the fastest. And so, not to say that they, train to fight, but even on a football field or on a basketball court, there's a level of competition. There's a level of war. There's a level of will meeting will, and how you go about that ultimately determines or ultimately says a lot about you. You know what I'm saying? You can be a dog on the field and you know, an angel off of it. And so even correlating that with the victim and the other incidents with Austin Metcalf, him playing football and even Karmelo playing football. Um, just the juxtaposition of their behaviors on the field. I don't know too much about Nolan Wells' alleged friends and their behavior. I think one of them was a quarterback. We all heard Bart being a punter and stuff like that. Um, but by all accounts, Nolan was on his way to some level of success at the collegiate level. I know he was at a community college, I believe, and on his way to Division 1, maybe Division 2. Um, but he went about it the right way. He got his studies done. He put in that work. He was tapped in with his dad and focused for an 18, 19-year old um, to be striving to become a professional athlete. It definitely takes a level of focus. And even the idea of him just wanting to have one more night, one more party, be in the groove one more time before he tapped back into that focus. You know, ultimately he never had a chance to get back to it, and then he ended up meeting his demise, unfortunately. But let's continue. Let's continue. And so the second verse, and we've been talking about everything going on between the game and Kendrick the last couple of weeks or so. But I wanted to point this out just so we can kind of get a look at how Kendrick saw game and the inspiration he got from him, even if it might not have been the best or the most uplifting example of how to go about it. We all know about Game and his antics and his connection to the streets and just how he lives his life. It's not necessarily the most honorable way to go about it. Yeah, you're successful. You put on for the West Coast when wasn't nobody around and all that stuff. Just like Karmelo, he got a lot going on with him, but he did have some troubles. He we found out recently that he had some things that may have contributed to him negatively, to put him in a mind state to react a certain type of way when being confronted with a threat. And so, not saying he was right or wrong to react that way. I'm gonna let everybody believe what they want to believe, even if I share what I think. I'm not the judge. I'm not God. I don't know what's in that young man's heart. I'm just going off of what I see. And as a young, I'm not yet too young, but as a black man, um, a young black man. I'm young in manhood. I'll say that, but I'm young in spirit for sure. But to kind of hold space for what these young men are going through. I know it's hard out here, you know, trying to meet everyone's expectations, trying to get to the bag and all these different things. You know, you got to be a lot of things to a lot of different people. I want to take the opportunity to speak to Karmelo, to those that may think or operate in a similar fashion um, to Karmelo, to tell them that you don't have to do that for nobody, especially 17, 18, 19 years old. You need to focus on yourself. Focus on being a good person, being the best person that you can be. I promise you, if you can do that, things will all fall into place. And so let's start the second verse. He says, I used to be jealous of JC Taylor when I was young. Taylor made a career out of music from writing songs. A Buick had driven past, bumping him when I mowed the lawn. Money laundering, hustling, homies pondering up against schemes to make a million, even if doing you harm. What was the case, and just in case you wasn't alarmed, the city had fought with firearms and many had died before dawn. And so that to me speaks about, um, you know, Karmelo's troubled association with what I would say criminality. They've alleged in his text messages there were incidents of him maybe selling drugs or selling mushrooms. That's not that big of a deal to me, but it does speak to him skirting the law, or trying to step outside the law for whatever reason, taking chances with his life as a young man. It's not something to be celebrated, whether you're Carmelo Anthony, Game, or Kendrick Lamar. I think it's time, as black men, we have to create opportunities for our young men, um, so that they don't have to feel like they have to do that. Even with the whole video games, I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, but just the violence of the video games needs to be checked. We got to start thinking differently. And even though you may find some level of success, think about a young man that influenced all of these people that went a lot harder than the game and Kendrick. Let's talk about Tupac. Even as noble and honorable as he was, he made a decision to live by the gun, and he ultimately died by the gun. And so let's learn from that. There's a lesson in that. You can love women. You can, love your people. Be a son of a Black Panther. Come to another black man's defense who's being profiled and discriminated against, brutalized by law enforcement. You can stand for all of these things and embody all of these principles and still lose your life over something stupid, something that didn't need to happen. Shout out to Glasses Malone and his project Tupac Must Die. Everything going on with the trial right now, and I believe it was Mob James speaking to the fact that everything with that incident with Pac and Orlando just did not have to happen. It shouldn't have happened. And if everybody was doing what they were supposed to do, it wouldn't have happened like that. We can all say that, not we all still living, but Pac, paid the ultimate price. And he has to hold himself accountable for his involvement with that. But I think it's important for us, even in our admiration of the great Tupac, we don't diminish or discount the lesson that he gave us and how he lost his life. So what's going on? I'm tapping in with comments. Yeah, Uja, I see the comment about the video footage. There was a lot that was withheld from this case, and so let me finish up this verse. I'm gonna do a quick little summary video from one of these content creators. But yeah, where is it? Where we at? It's 2004, and I'm hearing the people roar for the name of the game. They line in front of the store. Swap meat selling our mixtapes. I'm like, oh shit, wait. Don't want to be another nutter stuck regretting mistakes. Miss Feelings was my opinion. I was defending insecurity. I was defending my insecurities. Like Carmelo and everything going on with his girlfriend, him with that crazy text messages talking about some he low key on the verge, bro. That what are we talking about? You know, you too young to be on the verge, and look where it got you. Even if you are feeling like that, let's have a little bit of, I don't know. It's decorum. Let's keep it player, so to speak. You ain't gotta necessarily put it out there. And if you do it on a personal level. Do it face to face with somebody that you know is not gonna take something out of context and use it against you. You don't have to put it on text. You don't have to put it down on wax, because then it could come up later and come back and bite you in the ass. Nothing wrong with being insecure. It's when you let your insecurities take over you and dictate how you move and how you operate. When you let your insecurities make you forget who you are, that's when it becomes a problem. So chilling my conscience next to a villain, Compton made you believe success wasn't real. Be honest, none of us knew of a record deal. So as I peel through these lottery tickets, I see a Harley Davidson truck visit the same plaza we shop. A tall netter hopped out with Jordans and a white tank top. He was the top of the rap game. We was the top of the block. So watch that black boy fly. And so I want to take this opportunity to celebrate all the positive things about Karmelo Anthony. He had a 3.7 GPA, captain of the football, captain of the track team. Came out on court. He was a chess player. I myself play chess as well. Um, and I think it's important to understand that those things are what we want in our young men. We want those types of model behaviors. Somebody that's really striving for excellence and success in multiple areas of their life. And so, even with that, we don't see him as being perfect. We all recognize that he has, you know, fallacies just like everybody else. But we got to celebrate him. We got to let him know that no, bro, you the scholar athlete. You are not, you know, some thug on the streets. You're not playing a video game. This infatuation with knives and guns and stuff like that without proper discernment around how and why you would even use these weapons. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You feel like you about to be jumped. You know, there are other ways to get up out of that. And then if you do feel like you have to use that type of force, you can use it without being lethal. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how everything happened, and of course, we weren't there. But if I could speak to Karmelo, you know, you just went wrong in a couple of ways. You showed your hand with the text messages, and then if you really truly big and bad, you gotta defend yourself. You know what I'm saying? And do it in a way where you go home. And there's no, if you do end up killing somebody in self defense, there's no question it's self defense. That's all I'm saying. Now, I'm not saying that to blame him for what happened. I'm saying that to say, how can we learn from the situation so that if our sons and our grandsons are confronted with a similar type of threat, they come home. That's what I want for our boys. I want them to come home. So let me see. So that's the end of Black Boy Fly. Oh no, you know what? Let's do this third verse. My fault. My mama didn't raise me to be jealous hearted. Pause. We gotta run that back. My mama didn't raise me to be jealous hearted. Shout out to Mrs. Christine Wells Wonston. And I apologize for not knowing Carmelo's mother's name, but shout out to her. Y'all raised two young, shining black men. In spite of what may happen, y'all should find comfort in how these boys came to meet the world. You know what I'm saying? Nolan was a pure spirit through and through. I don't blame him. I don't blame him wanting to spend time with people that he thought was his friends. And we still don't know what happened. Allegedly. All these things, it's all alleged and hearsay until it's proven or until somebody takes the blame or somebody speaks up. But at the end of the day, Nolan was exactly who he was supposed to be. Karmelo, even in his moments of faulting or coming up short, he still was a beautiful, intelligent, confident young man, and he had a lot going for him because of the hard work of his mother and father. So when Kendrick says his mama didn't raise him to be jealous hearted, that speaks to both Karmelo and Nolan. You know what I'm saying? My mama didn't raise me to be jealous, raise me up to be jealous hearted, like most of the winners call it. Regardless of where you stay, hold your head and continue marching. That's what she said, but in my head, I wanted to be like Jordan. Award touring the country with money from mic recording. The only way out of the ghetto, the stereotype. Shooting hoops alive on the stereo like top 40. And shortly I got discouraged. Like every time I walked to the corner, I had them guns bursting. Netta, I was rehearsing in repetition the phrase, the only one in a million will ever see better days. Especially when the crime waves was bigger than tsunami. Break your boogie boards to pieces, you just a typical homie. Man, that's yeah. All these nutters facetious and they all standing beside me. They'll all buy me a chopper if any one of you try me. What am I to do when every neighborhood is an obstacle? When two netters making it out had never sounded logical. Three netters making it out, that's mission impossible. So I never believed the type of performance that I could do. I wasn't jealous because of the talents they got. I was terrified they'd be the last black boys to fly out of Compton. Thank God. Thank God. And so there's not too much in that third verse, but just the idea of his mama not raising him to be jealous hearted, the crime waves coming bigger than tsunamis. You know what I'm saying? I think that's where we at right now with these quote unquote lynchings and what's going on in America. I think it's time for us to have a very, very important conversation about how we should move with these people who could be our potential enemies. So, got to keep our head on the swivel, just like Kendrick growing up in these hoods in these communities. There's a threat out there waiting just to catch you slipping. And if you want to make it out, if we want to make it to the quote unquote promised land, we got to stay focused. We gotta hold each other accountable to how we move and how we operate. Not saying that Nolan shouldn't have been on that island. Not saying that Karmelo should have been under that tent. But yeah, when and things can happen very fast. It can switch up on you in an instant. And I want to say it's important for all these people. to understand that we just got to do better. We got to move around with our eyes open. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a phone call, y'all. Hold on. Hello? Hello? All right, for sure. Appreciate everybody tapping in. So yeah, that Black Boy Fly. I created the title for the stream, and that song just spoke to me because I just wanted to uplift the spirits of these young men going through these trials and tribulations right now. And so I'm gonna take a moment. We're gonna tap in with Blackie Speaks. Let's see here. We get this shared. Tab audio. And we're gonna go through this video. I'm gonna start with Karmelo. Okay. And we're just gonna watch a little video so everybody can kind of get caught up to speed with what happens. And then I'm gonna be tapped in with y'all in the chat. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm doing it like that. All right. So yeah, and then of course I'm periodically pause it and tap in and say make my little commentary as I feel I need to. All right. Here we go. Here we go.
High school track meet in Frisco, Texas, turned into a tragedy that would make.
Hold on. It's supposed to be coming through the.
Now, in April 2025, what was supposed to be a regular high school track meet in Frisco, Texas, turned into a tragedy that would make headlines across the country. A dispute between two teenagers ended with a 17-year-old dead. Austin Metcalf was fatally stabbed, and another teenager, Karmelo Anthony, was arrested and charged with murder. At the time, Karmelo was also 17 years old. He was a high school student, an athlete, and according to his family, someone with no prior criminal record. But after that day, his life completely changed. Now Karmelo Anthony is facing trial as an adult, and if he's convicted, he could spend the rest of his life in prison. But this case has become bigger than just a courtroom story. Some people believe Karmelo acted in self-defense, other people believe what happened to Austin Metcalf was murder, and that it should have never escalated that far. And because of the race of both teenagers involved, this case quickly turned into one of the most emotionally charged stories in the country. So in this video, we're going to break down what allegedly happened between him and Austin Metcalf. The core facts in this video are based on official reporting, core records, and the arrest report. So, let's get started. The story starts in Frisco, Texas on April 2nd, 2025. At around 10:01 a.m. in the morning, Frisco police received a dispatch call about a stabbing at David Kirkendall Stadium, a school stadium located on Frisco Independent School District property, short for FISD. According to the arrest report, the call note said an athlete had been stabbed. The suspect was described as a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants. One of the first officers to respond was Eduardo Cortez, a Staley school resource officer, basically an officer assigned to the school. After hearing the call over the radio, he immediately left his office and ran across the Staley Middle School parking lot toward the southwest entrance of the stadium. When he got inside, two high school age students told him the victim was on the north end of the stadium near the bleachers under the Memorial High School tent. So Officer Cortez made his way toward the visitor side of the stadium. As he got closer, he saw multiple people under the Memorial High School tent. And once he reached the north side bleachers, an adult male on the track pointed out the person police were looking for. The person was later identified as Karmelo Anthony. According to the officer, Karmelo was wearing a gray hooded sweater and dark colored Nike pants. At this point, the officer had not witnessed what happened himself. He was responding to what had just been reported. An athlete had been stabbed, and the suspected person was still at the stadium. At this point in the report, officers still had to figure out exactly where the weapon was, but later witness accounts would describe the weapon as a black knife. The following happened afterwards. According to the arrest report, Karmelo was on the track near the north end of the stadium. There was a chain link fence separating him from Officer Cortez, so the officer gave him instructions to keep his hands up in the air. And during that moment, before the officer even questioned him about what happened, Karmelo allegedly said out loud, "I was protecting myself." Officer Cortez then asked him if he had any weapons, and Karmelo said no. The officer patted him down while they walked along the fence, but he did not find any weapons on him. As the officer continued walking Karmelo off the track, Karmelo allegedly said, "He put his hands on me." At that point, Officer Cortez detained Karmelo in handcuffs and had him sit down on the ground. Another officer, Officer Ricci, had arrived on scene by then. Cortez conducted another pat down, and after Karmelo gave consent to be searched, police still did not find any weapons on him. But while Karmelo was sitting on the ground, Officer Cortez advised over the radio that he had the alleged suspect. And according to the report, Karmelo responded by saying, "I'm not alleged, I did it." After that, Officer Cortez and Officer Ricci walked Karmelo toward a patrol vehicle near the northeast gate of the stadium. And as they were walking him to the squad car, Karmelo was described as very emotional. During that walk, he allegedly said, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to." Officer Cortez made it clear in the report that he did not question Karmelo about the incident while escorting him to the patrol vehicle. Once Karmelo was placed in the back seat, the officer noticed fresh blood on Carmelo's left middle finger. He then acknowledged the blood out loud so it would be captured on his body-worn camera. And while Karmelo was in the back seat, he allegedly asked the officer, "Is he going to be okay?" At that point, police confirmed his identity as Karmelo Anthony through the information he provided and through the school database. Once his identity was confirmed, officers were told to transport him to the Frisco Police Department jail. And again, Officer Cortez wrote that he did not question Karmelo about the incident at that point. The story then continues at the Frisco jail. According to the report, when Karmelo arrived at the jail, he was escorted into the intake area, where jail staff changed him out of the clothes he had been wearing and into jail attire. Officer Cortez wrote that he stayed with jail staff during that process. The clothes Karmelo had been wearing were then placed into an evidence bag, and Officer Cortez maintained possession of those clothes after Karmelo was placed into the jail cell. After that, Officer Cortez and another officer, Hancock, returned to the patrol vehicle, which was in the Frisco Police Department's secure jail entrance. Officer Cortez then placed Karmelo's clothes in the trunk area of the patrol vehicle. The clothes remained there until the Frisco Police Department crime scene technician, K. Dillard, took possession of them. So by that point, Karmelo was in custody, his clothing had been collected as evidence, and the case was moving from the immediate arrest into the evidence gathering stage. But Officer Cortez's narrative wasn't the only account included in the arrest report. There was also a supplemental report from Officer Allison Ricci, and she was mentioned earlier in this story that I'm telling you right now. She was one of the people who responded to this entire situation initially, right? So, according to Officer Ricci, she was dispatched to the stadium at around the same time after police received the report that an athlete had been stabbed. The suspect was once again described as a black male wearing a gray hooded sweatshirt and blue sweatpants. And all these different accounts are important, especially in the arrest report, which tells us what initially happened in the story, right? So that's why I'm kind of sharing different accounts from that particular day. And Officer Ricci wrote that she responded with lights and sirens and arrived at the scene at approximately 10:05 a.m. When she got there, she approached the track and field area and saw Officer Cortez kneeling next to Karmelo Anthony, who at that point was already in handcuffs and seated on the sidewalk near the entrance to the track. According to Officer Ricci, Officer Cortez told her that Anthony was the alleged suspect in this situation right here. Now, from the perspective of Officer Ricci, this is what she said, right? She said while they were walking Anthony to the car, Karmelo at that point made another spontaneous statement. He allegedly asked if what happened could be considered self defense. And then the officer says she told him she did not know what happened. And then at that point, she also noted that the camera inside the patrol car had been activated before Karmelo was placed inside. And she took a photograph of Karmelo's hands with her department issued camera and later uploaded that photo to the crime scene folder. Now, there was also another officer who responded to this entire situation, right? His name was Sergeant Will Otis. And according to his supplemental report, Karmelo was once again described as a black male wearing a gray hoodie and blue sweatpants. However, he also added in that he was possibly in Centennial High School clothing. And it turns out that he was actually a student at that particular high school. And this is kind of when we get into the specifics of what really happened, right? So let's keep going. Now, start.
So yeah, can y'all tap in? The craziest thing about this was that they just didn't go. They didn't even go to the same school. Carmelo was at a completely different school. They were all together at a track meet, and my man's was just up under their tent. Now they say he was talking to his homie, his friend, his girlfriend's cousin, and him and his girl were going through a fight or they were breaking up and stuff like that. So he's talking to homie, trying to, probably talk to him about his cousin. But like he knew who these guys were. He knew where he was at. There was a reason why he had a knife on him. And I don't think it was on some like he was trying to use it. But if it was like, y'all about to jump me, oh, I'm definitely about to defend myself. And if I'm upset about losing my girlfriend, because I'm in a fight with my girlfriend, I'm gonna tell you like, bro, leave me alone. And common decency would tell you to leave me alone. I want to get through a little bit more of this, but if y'all go through these comments, y'all see how all these people talking about his murder and like he deserves this and stuff like that. I'm just, I don't know. And then my man Carmelo had the nerve to say something about black women and their choice to wear wigs and weaves and stuff like that. As if that has any bearing on who they are as people or their character as based on an individual person. It's not like, oh, you're a good person, and the moment you decide to wear a wig, if you use wig glue, you're just a bad person. What kind of that's some young ignorant shit. It really is, and I'm not gonna hold it against him. But if I heard one of my sons talking like that about black women, we would definitely need to have a conversation. And as men, we got to get over trying to judge trying to judge women, not just black women, for how they look. Like that ain't got nothing to do with you. If it ain't your woman or your daughters or your mama or your sister, it ain't your business. How a woman chooses to look, what she chooses to do with her hair. And that young man, I don't know the context around that text message, but yeah, even just to text something like that, bro, you outside yourself. Let me give this my man Blackie a few more minutes because he going in depth to like what actually happened. But I want to get some more into the commentary because y'all are probably pretty
Sergeant
familiar with
Otis
that.
wrote that the incident had taken place on the visitor side of the stadium, near the north side bleachers, where the victim was under the Memorial High School tent. And by the time he got there, both of the officers, Cortez and Ricci, they were already walking Carmelo away from the stadium. Now, according to this officer, he said that the suspect, Carmelo, right, he was crying hysterically. Now, let's talk about the environment, okay, because this is very important. Around that same time, the weather started to change, and heavy rain began coming down over the stadium. Now, because Austin was still being treated, the staff moved the Memorial High School tent to cover him and the emergency personnel working on Austin, right? And then at this point, one of the officers then started using his city issued phone to take crime scene photos, trying to preserve as much of the scene as possible because of the rain and the large number of people gathering around. Other officers began putting up crime scene tape and moving non essential people out of the immediate area. Officers were also told that the knife used in the stabbing had been tossed and was believed to still be nearby. Eventually, one of the witnesses said they remembered seeing the knife on the bleachers. And according to the report, another officer, his name is Chow's, located the knife between rows 9 and 10 near C30, close to the aisle. The report says the knife was partially open, meaning the blade appeared to be at least partially exposed when the officers.
Hey yo, I'm a little uneasy about that knife not being right there. I'm gonna be 100. If if Carmelo would have had an opportunity to testify as to what he did with the knife, you know, I don't even know how many knife wounds Austin Metcalf might have had. Cause I've heard some stuff. I ain't saying nothing too crazy. But why wasn't the knife right there? Why was there a time between the incident and and them finding the knife? I'm concerned. That's all.
Found it. And because of the rain that was starting to come down at this point, they decided to not move the knife right away. Instead, they covered it with a large blue tarp to preserve it as evidence. From there, Sergeant Otis helped preserve the crime scene while other personnel continued treating Austin and eventually transported him from the stadium. Now, the most detailed account of what allegedly happened comes from Officer Taylor Wetzel's supplemental report. According to Officer Wetzel, he responded to the stadium after dispatch notes said an athlete had been stabbed in the chest. So at this point in the story, we know that Austin was stabbed in the chest. And they also said that Austin Metcalf at that point was unconscious and not breathing. And now they finally confirmed that Karmelo, who was the suspect at this point, right? He believed to be a Centennial High School student. So now it was confirmed that he was a high school student of this particular high school. And then now we get into witnesses. When one of the officers, Wetzel, arrived at 10:06 a.m., he went towards the visitors' bleachers, where dispatch said the victim, Austin, was located. And while he was walking toward the bleachers, he was approached by a witness who said he had seen what happened. And then this witness told Officer Wetzel that the stabbing happened under the Memorial High School pop up tent in the visitors' bleachers. Now, according to witness accounts, Austin Metcalf was sitting under the Memorial High School tent with his team. Carmelo Anthony, who was from Centennial High School, was also sitting under that same tent. And then Austin allegedly told Carmelo that he needed to move out from under their team's tent. That's when, according to the witness, Carmelo grabbed his bag, opened it, reached inside, and told Austin, "Touch me and see what happens." The witness said nobody really thought Carmelo had any weapons in his bag, and this is when things escalate. Austin then allegedly.
Now, I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed, but if somebody says, touch me and see what happens, my immediate thought is not gonna be, man, you ain't got nothing in that bag. Cause like, at what point am I trying to prove you wrong? At what point am I willing to take the risk that you do have something in that bag? I'm glad it stopped on this fool right here because I really want you to know, like, that was a dumb thing to do. You and your brother, y'all dumb selves. Yeah, nah, y'all dumbasses. Neither. It was as dumb as bringing a knife to a school track meet. You know what I'm saying? It's just something was bound to happen. Because if somebody's literally telling you, bro, don't touch me, or touch me and see what happens. If you're trying to get me to move, hey man, I'm gonna move when I want to, and if you touch me, watch what happens. Why would you challenge that? What do you have to prove? What do you gain or lose, you know, from this brother being in this situation? Hold on.
touched Carmelo, and according to the witness, Carmelo told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Carmelo to tell him to move. And that is when, according to this particular witness, Karmelo pulled out what the witness remembered as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest. After the stabbing, the witness said Karmelo ran away. Austin then began grabbing his chest and telling everyone to get help. The police at this point made contact with Hunter Metcalf, who was Austin's brother, and another witness who had been nearby. And they're of course very, sad about what had happened. They're breathing heavily and crying because of what had happened to Austin. And then there was a witness there with his brother, with Austin's brother, right, who was speaking to the police, and they were giving them way more information than anyone else at the scene. And they said that they were sitting in the bleachers under the Memorial High School tent when another male, someone he did not know, walked over and sat under the tent. And then, according to this witness, Austin Metcalf then told the male that because he did not go to Memorial, this high school, he had to leave the tent. And the witness said that Austin and the male, who of course was Karmelo, they were kind of going back and forth. And then Austin stood up and pushed the male to get out the tent. And then they also added in that this is when Karmelo was kind of like reaching around his bag. And then they reiterated that he took out a knife, stabbed Austin, and then he left the scene. So at this point in the story, we've gotten a lot of perspective and a lot of witness accounts on exactly what happened. We know who was there and we know what exactly happened. And it's at this point that they talk a little more about the victim in this case, right? Austin Metcalf. He was being treated by Frisco Fire Department personnel and athletic trainers. Now, at this point, medical personnel were actively performing life-saving measures on Austin, and they were still working on the scene, talking to people, trying to figure out what happened. And Austin, at this point, was transported to the hospital. And then the ambulance arrived at the hospital at 10:46 a.m. that morning with Austin, and doctors immediately try to treat him in the emergency room. But just 7 minutes later, at 10:53 a.m., Dr. Chow pronounced Austin deceased. After Austin was pronounced dead, hospital staff stopped treatment, and another officer, Newton, then took possession of the clothing Austin had been wearing and maintained custody of those items until crime scene investigators took over. Officers and investigators also documented the scene at the hospital with photos, and Austin's clothing was collected as evidence. Later that afternoon, Austin's family was allowed into the room to view him. At 3:15 p.m., the transport service for the medical examiner arrived and took possession of Austin's body. The arrest report also notes that later that morning, another witness came to the Frisco Police Department lobby and said he had seen the stabbing. He was given a voluntary witness statement form and later spoke with detectives. Now, the final pages of the arrest report show how officers began separating witnesses and preserving what they could after the stabbing. And it was also noted that multiple coaches came forward. Two coaches said they heard Karmelo confess to stabbing Austin, while other coaches said they witnessed the actual incident. So there are a bunch of people who seen what happened here as well. That's very important. So that's all the very important information from that particular day, at least based on the arrest report. Now, when you say with all that, the whole situation is just sad, right? I mean, you're talking about a high school track meet. Kids are supposed to be competing, coaches are supposed to be coaching, families are supposed to be watching from the stands. And by the end of that morning, one teenager was dead, another teenager was in handcuffs, and everybody who was there had to live with what they saw. I think that's what makes this case so heavy. Before it became a headline, before it became a racial debate, this was a real life tragedy involving two teenagers, right? And one of those teenagers killed another one. That is a fact. Austin Metcalf lost his life at 17 years old. His family lost a son, a brother, and someone they clearly loved. And Karmelo Anthony, who was also 17 at the time, went from being a high school student at a track meet to being accused of murder and facing the possibility of spending the rest of his life in prison. So the outcome of the situation, very permanent.
And they couldn't wait. They couldn't wait to try my man as an adult. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was 17, but in their eyes, he was 45. You know, I just sad. My bad, Blackie. I ain't mean to do you like that. My fault, bro.
Based on all the information up until this point, the entire thing seems to have escalated from a situation that should have never gotten anywhere close to that point. Now, obviously, the arrest report is not the same thing as a conviction. That's what the trial is for. Karmelo Anthony has pleaded not guilty, and his defense is expected to argue that he acted in self-defense. So what you really have here is an argument over a team tent. You have a witness saying Karmelo reached into his bag. You have witnesses saying Austin either touched, grabbed, or pushed him during the confrontation. And then you have Austin being stabbed once in the chest and later pronounced dead. So now the legal question becomes, was this self-defense or was this murder? And that's where this case gets complicated. And was this Austin over a team tent? You have a witness saying Karmelo reached into his bag. You have witnesses saying Austin either touched, grabbed, or pushed him during the.
I'm gonna see if I can find it, but there's video that shows it was more than a touch. You know, regardless, he said don't touch him. Like, come on, bro. And it's for y'all. And the way that I saw the video that I saw, they rolled up on him trying to do something. Like they were trying to police his presence under that tent. And in my mind, it was no reason for all of that. There was no reason to even say the young man couldn't be under the tent. I don't even think they were in the middle of the meet. It was like, it got rained out or something. And so clearly he's just talking with somebody that he thinks is his friend under his, the friend's school's tent. His friend went to the school that he was under the tent of. And so, like, my man could have feared for his life in that situation. And you and your crew of knuckle draggers, y'all wanted to enforce whatever you felt about him being there. And that's where you felt, that's where you messed up. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Peace Noah, peace Uja. You know what I'm saying? We got a few more minutes of this. I don't go on this far. Do I want to continue? I saw this one video. You know what? I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna let y'all finish. If you want to go back and watch this is a really good in-depth breakdown. I've never seen it, and so I'm surprised to see how well he kind of went through the details of what actually happened, according to the documentation. And so we got a 13-minute video. Was Carmela Anthony a murderer or a teenager who panicked after being provoked by a bully? Because that's another thing. What Blackie doesn't have, because this video came out a couple months ago, is more information about who Austin and Hunter actually were, or in Hunter's case, who he actually is. Because even after this, I would hope he would change his life, but it's just as likely that he probably stays the same, or gets worse. You know what I'm saying? In regards to his treatment of other people, women, minorities, other people he just feels like he can victimize. That's in another sense, shit, you got to protect Karmelo. That fool Hunter might go to jail just so he can do something to Karmelo. That's the type of time I think he might, he's a for real thug. You know what I'm saying? So let's tap in with this video. Y'all, I'm gonna put a link, in the chat. Let me copy this. I'm gonna throw this in the chat. For everybody. You know what I'm saying? If not, you can go Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, What Really Happened by Blackie Speaks. Go tap in with him. He's a dope content creator. I've seen a couple of his videos. Clearly I'm subscribed. But let's tap in with
Hello,
this
this is Dr. Grande. Today, I will offer
Dr.
an update on the
Grande.
case
Oh
of
Lord.
Austin Metcalf
Pause.
and Karmelo Anthony. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. Austin Matthew Metcalf was born on July 31, 2007, in Frisco, Texas. This is 28 miles north of Dallas. By 2025, he was a junior at Memorial High School. He had a GPA of 4.0, was on the track team, and was a linebacker on the football team. Austin had a part-time job at a pizzeria. Karmelo Sincere Anthony was born on May 10, 2007, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. In 2021, his family moved to North Texas. Karmelo attended Centennial High School. This is about 7 miles from Memorial High School, where Karmelo's GPA was 3.7. He was on the track team and played football. As far as employment, he worked part-time at a Foot Locker store and at an H-E-B supermarket. Austin and Karmelo did not know each other. When they eventually met, Disaster quickly followed. Now moving to the timeline of the crime.
My man had 2 jobs? He ain't have enough time to be worried about that girl, no way. Come on, bro.
He was on the track team and played football. As far as employment, he worked part-time at a Foot Locker store and at an H-E-B supermarket. Austin and Karmelo did not know each other. When they eventually met, disaster quickly followed. Now moving to the timeline of the crime. On Wednesday, April 2, 2025, at about 10 a.m., the police received a report of a stabbing at David Kirkendall Stadium. This stabbing occurred during a track meet. When they arrived, they found that Austin Metcalf had been stabbed one time in the chest. He was taken to a hospital where he died at 10:53 a.m. Witnesses informed the police that Karmelo Anthony was the perpetrator. He was the person who stabbed Austin. An officer found Karmelo in the stadium, approached him, and told him to put his hands up. As the officer closed in, Karmelo said, "I was protecting myself." This statement was made before the officer asked Karmelo anything.
Man, y'all see that? He said he was protecting himself. What more needs to be said? Come on, man.
About a stabbing. As the officer was walking him off the track, Karmelo said that Austin put his hands on him. Karmelo was handcuffed. The arresting officer informed another officer that the alleged suspect was in custody. Karmelo said, "I'm not alleged. I did it." He did not appear to understand what the word alleged meant. A person can be accused of a crime and be guilty of that crime at the same time. As Karmelo was being walked toward a police cruiser, he asked if his actions could be.
I think that was him just being like immediately guilty. I don't think he was proud in that moment. I think he felt shame saying that. Even not understanding that, alleged means like you haven't been convicted of the actual crime. It hasn't been confirmed. Even if you are confessing to the crime until that let me not say it with my whole chest. I believe that until that verdict has been found, because even if you confess, they still gotta write the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? And just like you confess to the incident, you didn't confess to the crime of murder. You know what I'm saying? So you are an alleged perpetrator or an alleged murderer, you know? Even though it is you are the confirmed K.I. Eller, you know? YouTube is so weird, but let me get on with my life.
Considered self-defense. So he was looking for legal advice from the police who were arresting him. Referring to Austin, Karmelo said, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to." Here is what the police found during the course of their investigation. Austin and Karmelo were both at the stadium that day, representing their respective high schools for the University Interscholastic League District Championship. Due to a thunderstorm, the track meet was delayed. Competitors moved under tents, which had been set up in the bleachers.
See, that's confirmation that they weren't even in the middle of competition. So what was the big deal for him to be up under the tent? Like that to me is evidence of like racist prejudice. You can't sit here, seats taken, no coloreds, whites only. That was the climate when them boys rolled up on him like that. Nah, boy, get out from under my tent. I don't care where you go. You can sit in the rain for all I care. You can't sit here. You know, turn y'all into a pie. Let me stop.
Were separate tents for each team, and generally students stayed under the tents corresponding to their high school. Just before 10 a.m., Karmelo Anthony sat under the Memorial High School tent after being invited by a student who was already under the tent. There were about 15 students under the tent at this time. He sat under the Memorial High School tent after being invited by a student who was already under the tent to their high school. Just before 10 a.m., Karmelo Anthony sat under the Memorial High School tent after being invited by a student who was already under the tent. There were about 15 students under the tent at this time. Karmelo attended Centennial High School, not Memorial High School. However, it was not illegal for him to be under another school's tent. Unusual, yes. Illegal, no. He may have accepted the invitation because his high school did not have a tent. Austin Metcalf's twin brother Hunter told Karmelo to move out of the tent. Right after this, Austin approached Karmelo and repeatedly made the same demand. In response, Karmelo opened his bag and reached inside.
So he was invited under the tent. This is like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who are you to say I cannot be under this tent? And you gonna start a fight? You gonna punch me because I don't want to stand in the rain? And my friend said I could stand under the tent. This is crazy. He didn't deserve to die for thinking like that. But man, did you create a whole lot of nonsense with that thinking? Like, what did it serve? You can be mad at Karmelo all you want. But really, what was the big deal? You know what I'm saying? Like, let this be a lesson to you bullies out there. It can turn on you just in an instant. Life is going good. You get away with all the you know what I'm saying? Like, and roll up on the wrong one. The wrong shining prince. Well, get your ass up out of here. I'm proud of Karmelo. You know what I'm saying? I'm not proud that he took somebody's life, but I'm proud that he stood up for himself. In the face of overwhelming adversity, he did what any man would do in face with that type of situation. Do whatever you can to survive. And he gonna come home. He just gotta wait a little bit. He just gotta do a little time. At least he has time. But man, a whole lot could have been avoided if you just shared your tent. First off. Second, you could have kept your hands to your damn self. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are like basic things we are taught as young people. I got young children in my house right now. They get in trouble every time they hit somebody. I got infants that don't even know what they're doing. And stop that. So Austin, Hunter, what's y'all's excuse? Oh, we done some dumb things. Well, the more you fuck around. I wish I had that meme just pop around. The more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. And the golden rule is you treat people how you want to be treated. So if you over there thinking you could just push somebody out of your tent into the rain just because you can, it's your world. All right. Guess what? It's my world too. And my world says you don't belong in it. That type of thinking doesn't belong in this world. Sayonara. I'm not playing with you, I know you somewhere spiritually pondering how you ended up there. But if what is alleged to be said about this incident is true, man, do you and your brother? Let me talk to Hunter since Hunter's still here. Hunter, calling Hunter Metcalf to the stand. Don't you feel like a lot of this could have been avoided? Yeah, he didn't have to bring a knife. He didn't have to threaten to do something to you if he touched him. He could have just kept his mouth shut. Oh, wow. And the moment you touched him, he said, yaga. The moment you swung or pushed on him, yaga. That would have been a surprise. But he gave you a heads up. But more importantly, all of this could have been avoided if you just let a young kid who's a fellow athlete just trying to stay dry, don't want to get rained on. The water does stuff to our hair that it don't do to y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I'm on this one screen. What's up, Sarah? How y'all doing, everybody? Man, the water does stuff to our hair that it don't do to y'all. So it's more of a concern. So I don't even know if you understand, like black women, they literally dodge water and rain like an Olympic sport. No shade. I love my black women. Whether it's their natural hair or a wig or a weave or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We not trying to just sit in the rain. I have natural hair. I have locks. You know what I'm saying? And my hair ain't even done. But I don't want to just be sitting in the rain. You know how heavy my hair gets when it gets wet? No. So my brother was just trying to keep it cool, stay dry, man. Y'all could have been like, hey man, we about to have a meeting and we're gonna need some time as a team to collect our thoughts. And so we will need some time, you know what I'm saying? But like for now, you cool. And everybody can't just be cool. You just gotta be a little asshole about it. You and your little demon brother. You know what I'm saying? But what happens when the bully runs into somebody who's just not willing to back down? Crash. Crash. Crash into it. Just playing.
Saying, touch me and see what happens. Witnesses said he made that statement multiple times. Initially, Austin said, I'm not going to fight you at a track meet. Right after this, Austin touched or pushed Karmelo on the shoulder. Witnesses described the contact in different ways. Some suggested that Austin gently touched Karmelo's shoulder with one hand. Others said that Austin pushed both of Karmelo's shoulders using two hands. Many witnesses rated the aggressiveness and severity of the contact somewhere between those levels. Karmelo produced a folding knife with a 3.5-inch blade and stabbed Austin in the chest one time before running away. Austin grabbed his chest, said, "I think I got stabbed," and requested assistance from bystanders. The police were able to recover the knife used in the killing.
But you know you got to be really dumb to say I think I got stabbed right after you got stabbed. I'm sorry, bruh. You just had you didn't think none of that was possible. Wow. You ran into the wrong nutter, boy. Man, I think I got stabbed. No shit, Sherlock. Oh man. I don't mean to laugh like it's that funny, but I didn't know he said that. That's the famous last words. Ooh, let me get up out of here. Get up out of there. Shout out to Stat.
Karmelo had left it in the bleachers. On April 14, 2025, 12 days after the fatal stabbing, Karmelo Anthony was released on bail. On June 24 of that year, a grand jury indicted him for murder. Karmelo Anthony's trial started almost 1 year later, on June 4, 2026. 5 days after that, on June 9, the case went to the jury. They had the option of convicting Karmelo Anthony of murder or the lesser charge of manslaughter. After deliberating for less than 3 hours, the jury convicted him of murder. In Texas, murder is a first-degree felony and has a sentencing range of 5 to 99 years in prison or life in prison. During the punishment phase of the trial, the jury was permitted to consider a concept in Texas called sudden passion, which could permit a deviation from that sentencing range. This is not a defense used during the guilt phase of the trial. It can only be used to mitigate prison time in the punishment phase. Sudden passion refers to an offender being overwhelmed by intense emotion caused by adequate provocation at the time of the offense. For example, fear, rage, terror, resentment, or desperation. If the jury found that Karmelo was under the immediate influence of sudden passion, the murder would be considered a second-degree felony instead of a first-degree felony, and the sentencing range would be 2 to 20 years in prison.
And see, that's the injustice of all of that. Like I definitely think it was manslaughter. It could have been second degree with the moment of passion. But to just say he really just wanted to come out there and kill that boy. After he warned him not to touch him. That's one thing. How could it be murder if you give your victim an option? Like if I told you, hey man, if you put your hands on me, I'ma kill you. If you I'ma KIL you. KILL you. You know what I'm saying? If you put your hands on me, I'm gonna take you out of here. And then you proceed to put your hands on me. And not just put your hands on me, but like threaten me. I don't know what you about to do after you push me. Like I'm supposed to wait for the punch and the kick and the stomp. I'm supposed to wait for somebody to try to choke me out before I try to stab them. It's 4 of y'all against me. And 2 of y'all are at least 50% bigger than me. Them boys was 200. Solid. winning awards on the gridiron. And they was just some stone cold bullies. It seeped out the pores. It flowed through the pictures. Everybody in the world knew the motherfuckers was some bullies. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention Karmelo seen them acting the fool before. He didn't know which one was which. Although I just saw a picture and Hunter, man. Well, you out here looking like Shrek. That boy was looking like a big old ogre. I ain't gonna make fun of your brother. You know what I'm saying? But Hunter, you gotta, looking at your daddy, it's to be expected. Y'all some ugly motherfuckers, boy. Inside and out. But yeah, man. How is it first degree murder if you choose the option that you knew was going to lead to that punishment? If the victim has a choice and they choose wrong, you know what I'm saying? How is it murder? Especially when you're arguing self-defense. That's the injustice to me. My man said, "Bro, don't touch me, bro. Like, keep your hands to yourself. If you touch me, watch what happens. If you touched her, he showed you the thing what he was gonna do, and you still was like, I think I got stabbed." Well, I think water's wet.
Ultimately, the jury rejected the sudden passion argument and sentenced Carmelo Anthony to 35 years in prison. He must serve a minimum of 17 and a half years before becoming eligible for parole. This means he could be released sometime around the age of 36. Now, moving to my analysis. Carmelo Anthony maintains his innocence, and he has a large quantity of supporters. They argue that Austin provoked the confrontation. Therefore, Carmelo was justified in using lethal force to protect himself. His supporters also argue that the criminal justice system is racist. For instance, none of the jurors in this case were black.
Damn right it's racist. Of course it's racist. They wouldn't win if it wasn't racist. You know what I'm saying? Just the juxtaposition of Trayvon and Austin Metcalf. You know what I'm saying? In both instances, the non-black person initiated the confrontation. Right? In one instance, the black person ultimately is the perpetrator and he gets convicted of murder and sentenced to 35 years as a 17-year-old. And in the other instance, the non-black person is the perpetrator and he gets acquitted based on self-defense. After he was told by law enforcement not to engage with this person. Had the weapon in his hand. Confronted the young man in an aggressive manner. Who are you? Where are you supposed to be? You're not supposed to be here. And then next thing you know, they get into a little tussle. He didn't even give Trayvon the benefit of the doubt to say, "Hey man, if you touch me, watch what happens." I'm pretty sure if he said that to Trayvon might have just like, you know what? Let me just go home, bro. I'm just trying to go home. Leave me alone. Mind your business. Just leave me alone. I don't remember the nuance specifics of the interactions between George Zimmerman and Trayvon Martin, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't as cordial as Austin and Karmelo. My man Karmelo was a gentleman. He said, if you want to do, I just want you to know it's gonna be a dude. Exactly, Usha. First degree is premeditated. Now they're gonna argue that him sending that picture of the knife and saying that he low key on the verge is evidence or confirmation that this was premeditated. But we all know that this is just a bunch of good old boys trying to make S offender, because that's who Jeff Metcalf, I believe, is allegedly accused of being. A former S offender, alcoholic, aces pieces. You know what I'm saying? They want to make him feel better about raising two pieces of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, yeah, man. And I love this video. I want to play some more of it. I know I've been yapping, but you know, it's my channel. That's what I want. Do I want to, you know, Dr. Grande, pause. We're not probably gonna ever see you again. You got 1.6 million subscribers. We might tap in with you. Hold on. But yeah. Oh, he psychology. Okay. Psychology of notorious serial killers. So I really do want to see what he says. I ain't know my man's was a psychologist. So he might even really speak to Karmelo's mind state. And you're right. It is time to start having a conversation about impulse control on both sides. What possessed these white boys to roll up on Karmelo just because they felt like he didn't belong under 10? Thank you. It was senseless. It was a senseless act of manslaughter. There was zero reason for the knife to be present or that young man to choose to lose his life. When are we gonna start saying that Austin chose his fate? You know, that might sting, that might hurt for some, but it's as simple as A and B to me. 1+1 is 2. If I tell you, hey man, if you touch me, something gonna happen to you, and you're not gonna like it. And it's a scale from 1 to 10. 10 means you might lose your life. Are you willing to take the chance that if you touch me, it's gonna be a 1? Or it's not gonna be a 10? Because yeah, a few inches one way, he wouldn't have died, but you still get stabbed. Because he definitely, you know what, he deserved to be stabbed. I ain't gonna hold you. He deserved to be stabbed. Being a thug. We got to come up with a better word. Thug is too empowering for young black men raised in the 90s, unfortunately. And there's also, you know, etymological aspects to thug, I think from Hindu or whatever. The thuggies. I forgot. I think it's Kali Yuga. Don't quote me. Do the research yourself. That's another thing. As much as I like to share the knowledge and the wisdom, I really be trying to push people to learn for themselves. I want somebody to come back and check me and be like, nah, this was that. You know? But mm-hmm. Oh, this looks like it was a good little video. That's another thing. So the videos we were watching are from months ago. I would encourage everybody to watch more recent updates because then you get to see people's perspective after all the information about Austin has came out. Let me tap into Dr. Grande's live right quick. I wonder if he had anything to say about this since we heard about Karmelo. You know what? I'm gonna be on the lookout. I want him to say something since now that we know psychologically the type of people Hunter and Austin were. So you know what? I'm gonna subscribe. You got another out of that 1.69. And you got the 6'9" Dr. Grande pause. This shit crazy. Let me stop. But yeah, how much time we got? We got 6 minutes. I'm gonna let
The
it
state
play.
of Texas, of course, disagrees, arguing that Karmelo responded to a shove with a lethal knife attack. The response was disproportionate. This brings me to the question, was Karmelo Anthony guilty of murder? Let's take a look at the evidence both for and against the idea he was guilty, starting with the inculpatory factors. On the day of the killing, Karmelo possessed a knife. He was at a school-sanctioned track meet. Possessing a knife was against school policy. Karmelo would have been aware of this. All the students knew that they could not carry knives. Karmelo sat under the wrong tent, which prompted Austin to tell him to move. Karmelo responded by provoking Austin with the words, "Touch me and see what happens." One can argue that he was looking for excuses to use his knife. He wanted there to be trouble. Austin touched or pushed Karmelo, which was illegal. However, Austin was not overly aggressive. Karmelo responded by producing a knife and stabbing Austin one time, killing him. The force that Karmelo used was disproportionate to the crime committed against him. Moving to the exculpatory factors. Karmelo was violating school policy by possessing the knife. However, according to an officer who testified during the trial, he was not violating the law in Texas. It was legal to carry the knife into that stadium.
Whoa. That's crazy. So just because something is against the rules don't mean it's illegal. So you know what? They should have kept his diploma. Don't get a man 35 years. And let me try. I hope I don't say nothing too crazy on this live because I don't want, my words to be taken out of context. But I would like to say that even though Austin was the only one that pushed him, clearly there was multiple people that were confronting him. And I don't know about y'all. It's bad enough to be in a fight with somebody that's bigger than you. It's really terrible if you got to be in a fight with multiple people that are bigger than you. Like nobody wants to do that unless you training and you like 1% of 1% who are just like a real badass. Like you whoop ass for fun. Like you whoop ass in your sleep. Unless you like that, you are not trying to fight two motherfuckers that's bigger than you and significantly bigger than you. Let alone four motherfuckers that might be bigger than you. Cause I don't know about the other two. I don't even know who the other two were. I'm sure their names is out there, and then they all got what's coming. In addition to what old boy deserves. But you know what I'm saying? Like, let's see, because he kind of. I was giving him a couple compliments. I might be taking him back based off of what he just said the last few minutes. Let's see what else he got to say.
Karmelo only entered the Memorial High School tent after being invited to do so. It wasn't like he just decided to do this on his own. It was unusual for him to be there, but not illegal. Karmelo sat down and did not antagonize anyone. It wasn't like he started harassing people under the tent looking for a fight. One could argue that Austin provoked the confrontation by trying to coerce or threaten Karmelo to leave the tent. One witness testified that Austin told Karmelo something to the effect of, "You need to move before I beat your blank." The blank rhymes with crass. If Austin said that, that would constitute a threat against Karmelo.
See, I ain't know that. I think I might have heard there were rumors about some of the things they said, but if he specifically said you need to move or I'm gonna beat your ass, and I respond, "Hey man, touch me and watch what happens." Where are we losing the plot here? At that point, it's a fair fight. Y'all both have gotten your little threats out. Whether it's against the rules or not, I am legally within my right to use this weapon to defend myself. Because I feel like this guy said he wants to beat my ass just for being somewhere he doesn't want me to be. Jeff Metcalf, I hope you're really proud. Not only did you raise a bigot, you raised an idiot. He probably just never thought this black man had enough pride to defend himself. He was just gonna cower and walk away. Oh, I'll just get out under the tent, master. I'm sorry. Let me know if I can get your umbrella when you're ready to go. Yeah, appreciate you, Uja. It's like with guns and business. Let me show this for the people that might not be able to see the chat. It's like guns and business. The businesses can ban firearms even though the firearm isn't illegal in the territory. That's 100. You know what I'm saying? But if Austin truly said, "Get up out of this tent before I beat your ass," that is a threat. Man should automatically. He being a man. Wait a minute now. Y'all gonna forgive all this terrible behavior from Austin and Hunter. The pushing girls, bullying girls, starting fights, coming up behind people and hitting them, assaulting people from behind, assaulting their own mother, threatening their father. Y'all gonna forgive all of those behaviors. And the threat he gave to Karmelo. What kind of shit are you trying to shove down my throat? what pill do you want me to swallow that I know if the roles were in reverse, y'all have shown me my man had a Skittles and an Arizona iced tea. He thought he had a weapon, and he had some snacks out the vending machine. He might have had a little J. That's probably what it was. My man George Zimmerman was upset that Trayvon was probably smoking in the neighborhood. He went for a walk, which is illegal. No, but it don't mean he needs to lose his life. Don't mean he deserved to die. I really did not know that Austin said that shit, man. He really is a piece of shit. I don't know. I haven't heard much from his mama. She seems to be mourning her bad decisions and raising them two sacks of shit. But Jeff, oh man, Jeff, you better be careful because you gonna run into the right one. I know you got your little what they say, your green mile looking motherfucker. Hey, he's standing in the line of fire for you. But boy, oh boy, oh boy, you gonna get some shit too if you don't be careful. Cause I know you real close to saying some shit in a press conference that you don't want to say. What's up with these motherfuckers just talking on camera? The friends of Nolan Wells, Jeff, like, bro, shut the fuck up. Y'all got everything going for you. Just enjoy it. You know? Jeff, the boy's in jail. As of right now, the boy's in jail for 35 years, man. It's not gonna bring Austin back. You know? He fucked around and found out. Are you gonna make the same mistake? You know what I'm saying? Like, I know you got your little foundation, but I promise you keep talking about rolling up on these Anthonys in public. Telling you, bro. And then it's not a threat. I don't want to threaten people. I just want to warn people. I want to let them know that, hey man, you can't be going around acting a fool, treating people all kinds of ways, and not expect for karma to come back around. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know what y'all doing. We know it's some bullshit going on. Black people don't hang themselves from trees. But you gotta live with your actions. You gotta live with the consequences of your poor decisions. Jeff, Hunter, you started that shit. You instigated and initiated a lot of that bullshit. And now look at you. You can call Karmelo whatever you want. You can say he shouldn't have did however you feel. And it ain't gonna bring your little punk ass brother back. You know? You thought you knew who you could do that to. And guess what? You thought wrong. Let it be a lesson, man. There's the bigger war is really with yourself, man. As much as you out here trying to fight everybody else, and this goes for Karmelo too. Because, bro, like, whatever Shawty had you going through, the way you texting all that crazy shit, that look how it came to bite you in the ass, bro. Like, you gotta get back on your square. You can't let small stuff knock you off your square. And I'm speaking to everybody else as much as I'm speaking to myself too. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, man, all of this could have been avoided. It really could have. Let me finish up so I can move on. I want to move on to Nolan before it gets too late.
This gave Karmelo one reason to be afraid of Austin. There were other reasons as well. For example, Austin was at least 50 pounds heavier than Karmelo, and Karmelo was seated, so he was at a disadvantage against Austin, who Karmelo was seated, so he was at a disadvantage against Austin, who was standing up. The trial testimony generally indicated that Austin was the one who made physical contact first. Austin did not have the legal right to place his hand or hands on Karmelo. He committed a crime when he did that, albeit one that would rarely be prosecuted under those circumstances. In addition to being afraid of Austin specifically, Karmelo may have been worried about other people joining in and attacking him. This may have intensified his fear, causing him to overreact. Karmelo stabbed Austin one time before running away. He did not jump on top of him and stab him a dozen times. One can argue that he only used the force he believed was reasonably necessary to escape. There was no overkill involved. This wasn't about humiliating Austin, like defeating him in front of his friends. This was about getting away from Austin. After the fatal stabbing, Karmelo cried and immediately claimed.
Hey, maybe somebody could tell us real quickly. Maybe somebody will let us know if Carmelo had ever really been in a fight. Because unfortunately, I think this might be the results of a young, scrawny little monk just not knowing how to fight. Yeah, he was wrong for stabbing him like that, but like, who wants to fight four people? I take it back. My bad. Let's continue.
That he acted in self-defense. He has never offered another version of his story. He has remained consistent the entire time. When considering all the evidence in this case, do I believe that Karmelo Anthony was guilty? In my original video on this case, I believe that Karmelo was guilty of murder, but he was under the influence of sudden passion. So I would have gone with that argument and been looking at the sentencing range that was 2 to 20 years as opposed to 5 to 99 years or life in prison. After reviewing the new evidence that has become available since my first video, my opinion has not changed. Austin touched or pushed Karmelo, which was a crime. This action qualified as adequate provocation. Karmelo drastically overreacted when he stabbed Austin, which is why his behavior is still consistent with murder. Instead of 35 years, I would have gone with the maximum sentence under sudden passion, which is 20 years. The reason I would select the maximum is because Karmelo added fuel to the fire by saying, "Touch me and see what happens," and reaching into his bag. This makes it seem like he was looking for a fight. Austin may have provoked him, but Karmelo was provocative as well. What do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. Karmelo Anthony carried a knife because he thought of himself.
Hold on now. If him reaching in his bag and saying, "Touch me and watch what happens," is provoking a fight, what is, "Hey man, you need to get out of here or I'm gonna beat your ass"? Isn't Austin provoking the same fight? Or am I like in the fucking Twilight Zone? Somebody help me out. Leave a comment if you're still in the chat, whatever. But like, come on, man. If you're gonna stretch that, oh, he put his hand in his bag. What the fuck did he say? Hold on, man.
Fire, which is 30, stabbed Austin, which is why his behavior is still consistent with murder. Instead of 35 years, I would have gone with the maximum sentence under sudden passion, which is 20 years. The reason I would select the maximum is because Karmelo added fuel to the fire by saying, "Touch me and see what happens," and reaching into his bag. This makes it seem like he was looking for a fight. Austin may have provoked him, but Karmelo was provocative as well.
I don't get that. So if Carmelo was provocative as well, he wasn't the initial provocateur. You know what I'm saying? So it was really like, all right, I'm gonna threaten you. I'm gonna threaten you back. And I'm going harder. But I'm telling you, I'm going harder. And so you take it upon yourself to rebut it's like a debate. It really is. You had the I don't know the terminology, whoever. I wasn't on a debate team. I probably should have been. Um Affirmative. I think that whatever. You had somebody arguing they point in Austin. Carmelo rebutted that point and, you know, elevated or raised it. It's like a poker hand. you know, he raised the stakes. Like, man, if you're really trying to do this, we can do this. What's up? I'm not scared of you. That's his crime, not being scared of Austin. So because Austin provoked him first and he provoked him back, he's the so he takes the whole blame of the incident to where it becomes he intentionally killed this person. He premeditated his actions by responding to someone's initial threat and someone's initial act of aggression, act of assault. You can call it whatever you want. You can try to minimize it however you want. That man assaulted him by putting his hands on him. He had no right. Let me see what's up in the chat, man. What's going on? Oh, we got a naysayer here. JPS or JP Sportman. Aw, I bet you're really proud of yourself. Look at this guy. You know, I'm gonna laugh at you just as much as I'm laughing at Austin. I'm gonna put you right up under him just so y'all can be clowns together. Karmelo sent a text saying, I'm on the verge with a photo of his knife on the day of the stabbing. He went out looking to commit murder that day. He didn't care who. Demonic thug, premeditated. Hey, man, you said all of that, and it ain't gonna bring Austin back. Guess what? He's still maggot food. Maggot food Metcalf. Hey, I already said what I had to say, fool. That's why you repeated what you said. I'm not foolish enough to repeat myself to fools. You think you gonna antagonize me on the internet by bringing up George Floyd? Look at this, what we got to deal with, y'all. I guarantee you, white. I know you a pale face. I know you can't enjoy the Caribbean like I do. I know you're afraid of your grandchildren looking like me. You know what I'm saying? Even though you probably want to watch me with your woman, if you like women. We can take it there. Oh, you think I got a 70 IQ? I guarantee you I'm smarter than you. I guarantee you I'm smart enough not to have coitus with my cousin. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to roll me up some of that Maggot Metcalf right now. We can do this all night. I ain't got to, but you know, I'm trying to keep it above water. You came in my comments. Remember when who was crying for his mama? George Floyd cry. Come on, bro. That's how we know you ain't got no soul. We know you can't dance. We know you don't. We know you don't know how to cook. And you wear the same 2 pairs of jeans back to back before you wash them. You know, look at this foolishness. Because you come from evil. You come from hatred. You hate yourself. You hate the parents that brought you here because they chose not to engage with better opportunities. You know, they chose not to go after the highest potential genetically. You really believe that? JP Sportman, you really believe 13% of the people commit over 50% of all the murders? You really believe that? Not to mention all the murders you don't count. Matter of fact, let's continue with this. Hang out, because I want to see what you got to say about our brother Nolan. I'm a shed. I'm gonna put you. You want some shine? I'm gonna shed some light on you. What? Oh, okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be back.
What do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. Carmelo Anthony carried a knife because he thought of himself as a tough guy. He was not going to let anyone insult him. Nobody was going to push him around. He was not going to follow any orders from other students. When he was sitting under the Memorial High School tent, Austin Metcalf asked him to leave because Austin also thought of himself as a tough guy. This case involved two teenagers who were impulsive, aggressive, and unwilling to back down. Carmelo had a distorted view of what legitimate self-defense looks like and believed he had the right to stab someone if they touched him, even if the contact was insufficient to cause physical harm or would not put a reasonable person in fear for their safety. Carmelo warned Austin not to touch him, but Austin just could not help himself. Carmelo could have done nothing or walked away, but he just could not help himself either. The racial component of this case led to a firestorm of controversy. Some people protested, saying that Austin was killed because he was white. Others believed that Carmelo was unfairly charged with murder because he was black. The families of both the victim and the perpetrator claimed they had been harassed. The situation was very tense. In the end, there was no clear indication from the trial that race played a part in Austin's decision to provoke a conflict or Carmelo's decision to drastically overreact and use lethal force. Racism can certainly be dangerous, but I don't think that is the lesson learned in this particular case. The lesson here is how traits like impulsivity, arrogance, anger, aggression, and a sense of entitlement become more dangerous when multiplied by two. It only took one participant with self-control in this conflict to end it. But apparently, that was asking too much. Those are my thoughts in the case of Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony. Thank you so much for watching. I'll talk to you soon.
Shout out to Karmelo. Shout out to JP Sportman. I was trying to do a little bit of research. I don't even want to justify your thinking by responding to this comment. So, um, I had something pop up, so I didn't even really get to hear what my man said at the end. But
The new evidence that has become available since my first video, my opinion has not.
I'd be interested to see what he has to say now that we know what we know about Austin and his little punk ass brother. Just like motherfuckers like JP Sportman, who really get a kick out of coming up here just to see if they can get their aggression out. Knowing they ain't got no life. You know what's a dangerous place? White spaces. Overwhelmingly white spaces. It's dangerous for white people. But in a space where there's just an abundance of white men, some bullshit is probably bound to happen. especially if there's a non-white person present. And I say that respectfully, not accusing people. You know, I respect people on an individual level. I understand racism. Racism is not an individual thing. It's a systemic thing. It's what gives JP Sportman the fuel to feel like he can come on the internet and make these types of comments because he feels like systemically there's going to be no consequences. But I promise you, he don't say that to every person of color he sees walking down the street. He know how to act. He only does this because he don't have to show his face. Just like me. You know, I like to get up here and talk my shit. But you know what? I want you to focus on what I'm saying more than I want you to focus on how I look. Because that's the problem. Y'all literally treat people differently based on how they look. And that's just so lame. Like the fact that you really think you can justify statistics around who commits more brutality based off of how they look shows how stupid you are. Like you can't possibly believe that because I have melanin in my skin, I have a genetic disposition to be more violent. Not to mention, it's the exact opposite. You know what I'm saying? It's literally when I'm not confronted with the ills of society, if I was literally just able to live a natural way of life away from Western civilization, I would thrive. I've done it for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, if not millions of years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know who my ancestors are. I know I come from God. You know what I'm saying? I know I come from love. I know my life is celebrated. You know? Exactly. Like the fact that they really want us to believe that Austin was just like this and that it was just something that was just, you know, a phase or, you know, what the fuck ever. It wasn't conditioned and reinforced by his environment. The same people that put that boy in jail for 35 years are going to continue to do the same things to raise the next generation of Austin Metcalf. Shout out to the MAGA food. You know, they're keeping the circle of life going. But just, you know, these uncivilized mutts. Shout out to Willie D. I slick want to play one of these Willie D videos too. I think I just seen one that popped up. I want to move on to Nolan. Nah, this is entirely too long. I'm gonna watch this on my own time. But man, I really wasn't prepared like I normally am with my spreadsheets and stuff. Or not my spreadsheets, with my PowerPoints. Because I really just wanted to, you know, shoot from the hip. I wanted to speak from the heart with a lot of this. Because it's literally been on my mind for weeks. I've been sitting on this probably since a week after my last live. But the summer and my family and everything has kind of pulled me in multiple different directions. And as the updates were coming, I kind of wanted to let things play out more. And I felt like tonight was really like a very opportune time to speak on it. And so the reason why I started with Karmelo is because we know more about the situation. You know, the situation has kind of reached a tipping point, you know, with him being convicted. But we all know it was a BS trial. He had a BS lawyer. a snake and a real sly. I don't even want to, you know. I want to just like he's a maggot. He's a piece of shit prosecutor. You know what I'm saying? The only reason why he brought up that gentleman's agreement is because he knows that's the only chance he has is if he could keep whatever Austin and his brother had out of the conversation. The fact that we didn't know the specifics of their behavior until well after Karmelo had been convicted. It literally took the process of motioning and trying to get a new trial, recusing the original judge, just to get this information out to the public. We had to go through all of that just to hear about what the fuck happened. All of this shit happened behind. I'm about to get upset, so let me get it out. I got about 5 minutes to really just go off about this shit. All of this shit happened behind fucking closed doors, man. My man just said they let Melo out on bond like a 2 weeks after the incident. They played with him. They was like, oh yeah, we let you play with your self-defense while we build this case. And that's exactly what they did. Both sides and the judge built that railroad that they ran over Karmelo. They are not true officers of the law. They don't uphold justice. They don't live in ma'at. Yeah, I know you don't understand what that means, JP. That's my civilization. That's my history. That's my legacy that y'all try to steal and co-opt for yourselves. That motherfucker knew. And he only brought it up just to see if his so-called friends was dumb enough to do it. I don't know. I think, honestly, I don't remember the original attorney's name. And I really don't feel like looking it up. I had all this shit written down in notes and everything, but I just said, fuck it. He wasn't public. They paid him. Usha. They was originally, so this is what I heard, and don't, do your own research. I'm gonna tell everybody. I'm gonna put it up so everybody sees what I'm talking about too. The public defender is just an extension of the prosecution. He wasn't a public defender. He was a defense attorney. What's that? Oh man, you gonna make me look it up. The attorney that they have now that filed a pretty much did the motion for the new trial and is doing the appeal. I believe he's doing the appeal. If I want to say he's doing the pro bono. But the attorney that they have now, Karmelo Anthony's family originally came to him to see if he would take the case. He said he wanted $500,000, and they didn't have it, or they couldn't raise it, or they felt like it was too much, so they didn't go with him originally. That's when they go to the attorney that they had in the original case, the one that they lost, because he was cheaper, but also his claim was that he was a former prosecutor. That's what he was. He was a former prosecutor in that town. And he said, I have relationships with the other attorneys and these judges. I know how they think. I know how they work. I know how they move. Well, did you know you was going to get played? Because that's what it looks like. It looks like you knew what the play was and you ran the goddamn heist on everybody. You tried to save face like you put up a good fight, but that gentleman's agreement, that bullshit objection where you made it seem like Karmelo should have been afraid of testifying. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't keep up with the trial because I was just too pissed about it. Like I just, I try to keep certain stuff like this away from my spirit because I gotta, I got a lifestyle to maintain, not just for myself but for my family. But that trial was so ass, hot trash, with how it was ran and how you allowed them motherfuckers to really just rip your ass open in front of everybody. My man Karmelo didn't stand a chance with you defending him because you initially agreed to have all these pre-trial hearings in secret because you said or you agreed that Karmelo should fear for his life. Why should he fear for his life? You know what I'm saying? You should be willing to maintain his innocence by saying he has nothing to fear. Because the law is going to make sure that we're going to see this thing through all the way to the end. He is innocent until proven guilty. He has not been proven guilty. Therefore, he has nothing to fear. And if people are making threats, hey, beef up the security. But he had a right to a public trial. He had a right to know what you were doing with that judge and that prosecutor behind closed doors. But before y'all even came to the gentleman's agreement, y'all agreed to have all the pretrial hearings in the judge's chambers without court recordings. That's how come we didn't know about the gentleman's agreement until after the motion for a new trial and after you weren't on the bench anymore. I don't even want to. I just remembered your name. I don't even want to say your name because you a piece of shit just like the prosecutor, man. You had no business fighting for. You didn't even fight. I don't even want to say you fought. You had no business representing Karmelo Anthony. And while you may have been afraid because you got blindsided by the threats of this unverified claim of stalking and whatever him and his girlfriend had going on, you got afraid of that because your friend caught you off guard. And that's the so it's not even just it was two attorneys that are like both of the defense attorneys for Karmelo were like really, really close with the prosecutor. Exactly. The Kim Kardashian of lawyers. Motherfuckers just literally just wore a suit just to say I'm a lawyer. That's about I could have did a better job. And I ain't never even studied nan liquor law. The most I've studied as far as law has been with AI in the last week. I've been Google AIing it up. Like, what does this mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, and thank God for the attorneys that he has now, because for whatever reason, he got them all to admit this shit on record. And I hope that that's what gets used, because even with this motion, they should have won the motion for new trial. But all these good old boy judges, they don't want to be the ones because they got to go home. You know, they got to go to the country club. They got to go to the bar and hang out with these same people. It's the same shit with the Nolan Wells situation. The sheriff and the judge and the DA and all, they all got to hang out. Their kids got to go to school together. You know, they got to see each other in PTA meetings, raising their little maggot foods, little future maggot foods. They called a man maggot food, man. You really had the nerve to call my man a watermelon felon, bro. Shout out to Karmelo, man. He did what every good son should do when you run into a bully. stand up to him. Defend yourself. Don't back down. You ain't got nothing to be afraid of. He bleed just like you. Guess what? All you bullies learned a valuable lesson. You can die from this stupid ass shit. You human, just like everybody else. And was it worth it? I'm gonna ask Hunter. Hunter, was it really worth it doing all that dumbass shit, treating people like that, just for you to end up watching your brother die? You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, the courage it takes in the face of adversity to stand up and fight for your life. It could it just been easily been Karmelo on that stretcher. If them four boys really could have got to him the way that they probably wanted to, we all know that, if Karmelo wasn't under state protection and all of that, he probably would have ended up strung up from a tree. It wasn't too long ago. Plenty of people ended up like that for a lot less. Plenty of people ended up like that over nothing. And I'm pretty sure JP is proud of that. Punk ass. I want him to. I hope, you know what? I come find me. Roll up on me and say, "Hey, I'm JP Sports. JP Sportsman from your chat." And I'm gonna tell you, this is what I'm gonna say. What? Touch me and watch what happens. That's exactly what I'm gonna say. JP, I really want you to come find me. And please believe, I got that fire on me. If you say, "Hey man, I'm JP Sportsman from the chat," I'm like, "Oh, really?" Touch me and watch what happens. That's exactly what I'm gonna say. And guess what? If I end up in the cell next to Karmelo, man, we're gonna be making goddamn Frito tacos, eating ramen, talking shit about how we took out y'all punk ass motherfuckers for being dumb as hell. And we gonna be one with our spirit, with our God. You know what I'm saying? Insert that Jada kiss. But let me move on, man. What do I want to do? Hold on. I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm gonna come back here. That was a good little video segue. I'm gonna share this because this is gonna start a very different conversation, a very difficult conversation. You know, I'm all for people finding love, and young people do need to experience love. High school is a beautiful time, but it's one thing not to date a black woman. Nothing wrong with not dating a black woman, a woman of a different race, ethnicity. But it's another thing to not be dating a black woman and to say the things that you said about black women. I'm gonna call you out, young man. That shit wrong as hell. That type of thinking, to me, is evidence of your lack of judgment, your lack of discernment. You know what I'm saying? To where you ended up in a situation like you in right now. What's done is done and can't be undone. But yeah, bro, you have poor decision making skills. You know, you can love this woman, you can be cool with your girl, and keep all that negative shit you have to say about anybody else. I ain't even gonna just hold it to black women, to your motherfucking self, because that's what it. Like, who gives a fuck what you think about anybody else? And I know you didn't think that I was gonna get out. Like, that was a private conversation. But who are you talking to say something like that? Like, you text me something like that, I hold on, mom. That ain't cool. Nah, you tripping. And I know you weren't texting nobody real because they would have told you the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Not to mention, but this young lady, shout out to her. She been holding you down. So I'm gonna give her respect, the respect that is due. She's not a black woman. She's not a young black woman, but I'm not gonna hold that against her. That's because you chose to be with her. And if y'all love each other, cool. More power to you. But she had your nose so wide open that she had you out here texting that foolishness, and now it's being used against you. A real woman probably would have told you, like, hey man, chill out. I done broke up with a woman before, and she done goddamn ghosted me. But even then, I knew not to say no crazy ass shit to her. Like, I tried to get in touch with her, but then it was like, all right, I see how this is going. I want you to know I'm player enough to recognize it. I gave you about a week. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to talk to me? Cool. And don't be surprised if I treat you differently when I see you. Don't act like you didn't ghost me. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all was really going through it, y'all was really breaking up, I don't care. She could have cheated on you or whatever. Under no circumstances are you to ever text her a weapon and to say something like, I'm low key on the verge. Verge of what? You already being stupid. Like, there's no reason to do that. What you think, she gonna take you back? Ain't no real woman gonna respect you for saying no shit like that. I'm surprised she still stung around you. A real woman would have been like, "Oh nah, that motherfucker on the verge. I'm good." I hey, she ain't have to tell nobody, like that little story about her telling the school official and all of that. That wasn't verified. Fuck all that shit, bro. Like I done had my heart broke before, bro. Like, so you ain't, I done been there before. What's the Sade song? Somebody already broke my heart. Yeah, bro. Hey, man, you young, man, and bro, you handsome. You got a lot going for you. You ain't no, you on the verge of becoming your best self. That's what you on the verge of. You on the verge of sprouting into a new phase in life, bruh. Do you know how much you would be enjoying college right now if you just wouldn't have sent that text? If you didn't send that text, they have no reason to agree to that gentleman's agreement. Now, I'm not saying it's your fault they agreed to that shit, but you definitely didn't make it easier. That shit was dumb as hell. So shout out to her. I'm gonna just read over what she's talking about. She expressed support for a sweet boy. Eh, whatever. He a young man. I'm gonna give him that. He ain't no boy. Hold your head high. That's what's up. You're not alone. We're fighting for you always. I love you more than words. Kayla Hayes is Anthony's mother. That's what's up. Shout out to Miss Kayla Hayes. But God, the fight is not over. It's certainly not. It has just begun. Shout out to Anthony's uncle, Andre Anthony. Whatever the fuck it takes. Metcalf's family was reportedly very happy with the verdict and sentence, according to TMZ. The controversial murder conviction sparked an online uproar with supporters claiming Anthony, at 19, was railroaded by the legal system in Collin County, Texas. That's just, even the prosecutor said after they found out that they did all the pretrial hearings behind closed doors without a court record, after they created this bullshit gentleman's agreement where they wouldn't talk about Austin and Hunter's previous behaviors, previous convictions, previous incidents inflicting violence on other people. They decided not to let that become part of the trial for reasons unbeknownst to me. I promise you, I would have let that text out. I would have forced the jury to decide whether or not they were really gonna let the text messages decide a young man's fate compared to the litany of evidence of these poor citizens in society, these poor human beings. They're just, yeah, they might not even be human. They're animals. They're disgusting criminals. The most vile species living on this earth is a racist white man. Swear for God. Tony Hayes, Anthony's grandmother, was captured on video yelling, "Racist bias." Yeah. Dominique Alexander, an advocate of Anthony family, told reporters after the sentence that the family vowed to file an appeal. That's where we at right now. We done got past the motion for new trial, so now we on to the appeal. Alexander said his organization, Next Generation Action Network, put up the first 10,000 for an appellate attorney. That's what they got right now. I think the attorney's name is Russell Wilson. How ironic. But nah, he did his damn thing at the motion for new trial too. So I say all that to say, man, there's a lesson in here, man. Young men, young black men, bro, you got your life to really like enjoy the comfort of women. Like, even if you like the women you with right now, and you know, you want to put all your eggs in that basket, you really truly believe that you have an opportunity to stand the test of time with this woman that you with right now. Even if all of those things are true or may be true, it still don't justify losing yourself. It still don't justify stepping outside yourself or doing something you know you shouldn't be doing. It shouldn't shape how you feel about other people. Not to say that she's responsible for how you feel about black women, but you don't get to say what you say or feel how you feel about black women just because you have her. You know what I'm saying? She don't have to go through what black women go through. Ask your mama, bro. Like, I get it, bro. The world has taught you not to respect your mama. You know, I'm not saying you don't, but the world has taught you not to respect your mama. The world tells you that the black woman is not valuable. It's up to you to see that as the lie that it is. It's up to you to understand that if it wasn't for a black woman, nobody would be here. She's the blueprint of humanity. Wig, glue, and all. You know what I'm saying? And another thing, there's probably not a verified study on this because how could there be? But I guarantee you, there's probably more white women wearing wigs. Yeah. I don't quote me on that. That's just my assumption. It is an educated guess. There's probably more white women wearing wigs and weave. I would not doubt it. You know, this yeah, man. Yeah. I'm gonna leave it at that. I could go on and on. But not saying she even had you, shouted. I would just assume shouted dope. Like, I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. More power to this woman. And she's stuck beside you. So she's already good in my book. But I got some words for you, young man. You shouldn't hold on, I'm gonna get to y'all. You shouldn't let how you feel about her, how your nose all wide open to where you start acting outside yourself. And I hope your daddy checked you on that shit. I hope he rolled up on that courtroom and when he found out you said them things about your text messages, I hope he made you feel like a real piece of shit for a minute. Just because you deserve that. You deserve to be put in your place behind that shit. Don't you ever disrespect black women like that ever again. You understand me? All right. Now let's move on. All right, that's all I got to say. Because, man, this is sad. Aw, poor little Fifi. Poor little Jeffy. Lost his oldest menace to society. Aw, you ain't got nobody to groom to live life in your image anymore. And the world is a better place for it, even if you're suffering. My man, I don't even want to pull it up. My man had a scripture on a t-shirt. They love bringing God into the conversation. You really think God didn't have nothing to do with this? I want to ask that question. If I ever got a chance to see you face to face, because I know how you like to just roll up on people. Roll up on me. Roll up on my page. I really want to know. Do you really think God didn't have nothing to do with this? The God you serve, the God I serve, you know, he don't make no mistakes. He know what the fuck he doing. Or I don't even think it's he. They know what the fuck they doing. I'm gonna give them the proper pronouns. We being politically correct around here for a minute. If I'm being honest, I believe God is a she, you know, but I don't want JP Sportman to come up in here all in his feelings. But yeah, man, Jeff and Austin, two peas soon to be in the same pod. Because whether somebody take you out or you get, you know, you lose your life on your own accord, you on your way, boo. We see it in your eyes. You ain't gonna be here very long, and you don't deserve to be. The cancer should have took you out the first time. If we're being honest, if you would have died when your sons were 7, maybe they would have learned to respect life a little bit more. Is clavicular. But he looked like a good sloth, soft melted gummy worm. Boy, his neck looked like a goddamn water balloon. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna say this. You know when he talked, that shit just be jiggling. He done lost a little bit of weight since this picture, but before then, I guarantee you, when he would just be talking, that shit just be jiggling up under his chin. You can tell, boy. Oh man, you so ugly, motherfucker. You and your ugly ass son. All right. I can only allow lawyers to be what they are, lawyers. I can't instruct them. I can't stop them from doing anything. I have to respect the process just like everybody else. But what we saw today was flawed, unjust, and I can ask that the community continue to pray for the Anthony family. Who said that? Hold on. No, I've been scrolling. All these slow ass pictures. Dominique Alexander for the Next Generation Action Network. Is that in Ghana? All right, let me stop. It's getting late. I'm being silly. I'm gonna try to give it one more hour because I do need to give Nolan his proper um his just due, his proper proportion. I spent a lot of time on Karmelo, you know, because we fighting for Karmelo. Just like we fighting for Nolan too. But this is a lot more has become clear. And this is just evidence of the value of black life. You know, there's still a lot of mystery to what happened with Nolan. I believe somebody's responsible, but I also hold space for the potential that it could have been an accident. You know, I don't know what happened. I know what happened in the situation of Karmelo and maggot food. Um, I don't even. Yeah, man. This Jeff, you can't even look me in the eyes right now, but you can stab my effing son in the heart. He can't look at you because you ugly, bruh. Who wants to look at you, Jeff? Your own ex-wife don't even want to look at you. You're embarrassing. You know what I'm saying? You need to shave. You need some sun. You need to go ahead and hit a 75 hard P90X. You need to pray for your other son. You need to show up for your other son, so he don't end up being the same type of maggot food. It's pure unfiltered rage. It was rage. He told him, "Don't touch him, man." All right, man. All right. This is yeah. Speaking of being stupid, I wonder why he thought like 70 IQ was the point. What's the point? I know you're 70 IQ. Like, yeah. All right. All right, Jeff. JP Sportman. I wonder if that's Jeff. So yeah. You get apply for a parole, 17 and a half years of his 35-year sentence. Even if you do all 35, guess what? Austin's still dead. You know, he got exactly what he deserved. A knife in the heart. You know, they say you gotta stab him in the heart if you really want to take him out. Vampires, that is. Bloodsuckers. Motherfuckers with no soul. You gotta get them in the heart. Where we at with it? I wanna read a little bit of this real quick. I got this little um what is this? It talks about the law real quick in the state of Texas. So, what is the law in Texas and what is the major issue in Carmelo Anthony case? Texas law states that you have no duty to retreat if you reasonably believe you are in immediate danger, and you can use force, including deadly force, to protect yourself or others. The use of force, including deadly force, must be justified based on a reasonable belief that it is immediately necessary to prevent imminent death or serious bodily injury, or to prevent the commission of a certain violent crimes like sexual assault, kidnapping, murder, or robbery. The force used must be proportionate to the threat. Proportionality is likely the major issue in the Anthony murder case in Fresco, Texas. There is no evidence that Metcalf was armed, but only that he pushed Anthony. Anthony's criminal defense lawyer will have to address this issue as the prosecution will highlight it when it attempts to convict Anthony for this murder. At trial, the prosecutor will argue that Anthony brought a knife to a what was likely at most a fistfight or war of words between two teenagers. There is also no evidence at this time that Anthony sustained any injury prior to stabbing Metcalf. Finally, Anthony ran away and did not attempt to offer aid or even call police when it was clear that Metcalf was injured and presented no threat to him. That's bullshit. Y'all really want to paint this narrative that Carmelo was just this like criminal. Like he got a kick out of killing somebody. Like, yeah, he just walked off and didn't check on him. Like, bro, he was afraid of him. Why would I want to check on somebody that I'm afraid of? That I thought that if I didn't stab him, this motherfucker was gonna really try to, as he said, quote unquote, beat his ass. I don't know. He might have been taking a shot at him. What side of the fence did the young Austin play in regards to his sexuality? Did he have a thing for young black men? We don't. It seems like it. He might have had a little something, something. You know. During the trial's punishment phase, Anthony's mother, Kayla Hayes, asked the jury for mercy. He's my oldest. He's my firstborn. He will always be my baby, and I love him very much. She was asked if she believed her son had any regrets, and she said, "Yes, I know my son. He's very sorry for what he did. Please have mercy on my son." And so he can be sorry for what he did. I don't want him to be sorry for standing up for himself. I'm sorry, y'all don't even see what I'm talking about. I don't think I'm sharing the screen. I'm just reading off, going through my tabs. Let's see what I got on my man Nolan. I haven't really um like I said, I didn't have too much notes, but yeah. So Nolan Wells. Let me see if I can pull something up on Nolan Wells right quick. Nolan Wells is a young black man who went out to celebrate with his friends on Horn Island, celebrating July 4th. Um, you know what? Do I want to do this? Do I want to pull this up? They got a my man No Captivity with Freezy is doing a live real quick, talking about a picture of Austin Metcalf. Uh they talking about all the Texas Roadhouse stuff. Kind of burnt out on Karmelo and Austin. Yeah, I seen this. So with Nolan Wells, it was out celebrating July 4th. They all went out on the boat to Horn Island. Somehow the boat leaves Nolan allegedly on the island because he wanted to stay with this girl named Katie. Um, so immediately that's a red flag for me because they always throwing some white woman or some girl in Carmelo Anthony's case in between, you know, what happened with our young black men. So they blaming the girl in Carmelo's case for, them breaking up and why he, could have been at a, negative state to want to act a certain way. And Nolan Wells' case, he got left behind because he wanted to hang out with a girl. And by all accounts, a white girl. Um, and so again, nothing wrong. If you like a little vanilla in your swirl, more power to you. But like, you see what happens when you start chasing that tail? You end up in situations you don't need to be in. And so I don't hold nothing against Nolan for wanting to hang out with these people, for wanting to spend time with this girl or whatever. And I don't know what happened. All of that could be alleged. He could have stayed after with no girl. He could have been on that boat, like they said in the Cito call. For those that don't know, um, the friend group that left on the boat that said they left Nolan on the island, they started having malfunctions with the boat, the bilge pump, and they said they started taking on water, and so they called Cito to get some assistance. And while they were on hold, they were being recorded, and there's been some um alleged adjustments to that recording to where we were able to kind of clear it up and remove some of the background noise, as the audio engineer said. And they had a very interesting conversation in that background, and I'm very interested to hear more around what was said during that recording. And I hope it becomes part of evidence. Either way, whether they were found to have said something like we are accusing them of saying, or whether they, you know, were very justified in what they said, and there was no nefarious actions whatsoever. Either way, I want to hear more about that audio recording. But to make a long story long, but not as long, um, Nolan Wells went missing that night, the night of July 4th. The friends weren't really like frantic or afraid. It was like, from all accounts of what we hear, they were real chill. the alleged friends of Nolan Wells were real chill about Nolan's missing, and ultimately he was found um, the morning of July 6th, and he was deceased. He was found deceased the morning of July 6th. The state in that moment decided to make a statement that they didn't believe it was any foul play. They believed it was an accident. They believed there were no suspects related to the death of Nolan Wells. Without any investigation, without any evidence to prove one way or the other. They just, eh, think we think this boy didn't know how to swim. Just like what's Jeff? What's Jeff at? Anyone can drown, even an Olympic swimmer. The water's a dangerous place. Oh God, what an idiot! And so the state conducted an autopsy. The state's medical examiner conducted an autopsy. Nolan Wells' family brought on the services of civil rights attorney, my frat brother, Ben Crump, Rue. Um, and they met with the DA. They've cooperated with an investigation. They commissioned another autopsy, a separate autopsy, separate from the state of Mississippi, to find out what happened to Nolan Wells on the weekend of July 4th. And so, with that second autopsy, they were missing some of the organs as well as the throat. Key pieces of evidence that could lead someone to determine not only the cause of death, but potentially the manner of death, which are two separate things. Cause of death could be drowning. The manner of death could be drowning by homicide. You understand? Somebody holding you underwater. Cause of death could be asphyxiation. The manner of death could be asphyxiation by poisoning or asphyxiation by accidental choking, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And so, because the state withheld key pieces of information, the findings of the second autopsy were inconclusive. The cause of death was undetermined. They didn't have the lungs, or they didn't have the full lungs. Those I want to say they weren't able to determine whether there was water in the lungs based on how the lungs were delivered or not delivered to Ben Crump's medical examiner. And so when they had the funeral celebrating the life of Nolan Wells, his alleged friends went on an interview with former officer Brandon Tatum. And I'm saying all these things because I want y'all to kind of go back and look at them if you haven't already. But the former friends were choosing to publicly claim their innocence while the family was grieving and laying their child to rest. Very disrespectful, if you ask me. It's a dog whistle in a lot of ways. Everybody knew that that was the day of his funeral. Why would you decide to go on an interview and for that interview to be released on that day? You know, it's not illegal, but it does scream loudly a certain sentiment that we all believe applies to you and your friends. And so with that, um the state's medical examiner finishes the first autopsy. The DA's office, after meeting and coming to an agreement with the Nolan Wells family about how they're going to obtain the phone or obtain information that was on the phone at the time of the incident, they went behind their backs and demanded the phone be turned over without a subpoena. And so it's just a lot of like weird stuff going on with this investigation. You know, um, I am getting a little tired, so I'm not gonna go all into the back and forth, the specific details. I probably should. Um, let me pull up a good video. I probably have one. About yeah. I want to watch this one. Let's watch this one together. We can watch some Willie D. Hold on one second. Let me get y'all queued up. Um, Nolan Wells, Nancy Grace guest proves foul play. And so there's been a couple content creators that I really want to shout out that have been on top of everything with this Nolan Wells case. For one, my man Willie D of the Ghetto Boys, H Town Stand Up. Um, yeah, he been holding it down. I pretty much would say he's had something every day about either or Nolan Wells, Karmelo Anthony, or both. And so uh yeah, we got him. My brother Big Kish, he been on top of it. I might want to play on one of his videos as well. Um Don Lemon has been doing great work. Him and his team over there at the Lemon Media Network. They've been doing a lot of investigations. Elliot Connie, who's a psychotherapist, I might want to pull up one of his videos. He's been breaking this thing down. He even had an interview with Brandon Tatum that speaks to his mindset and his state of mind with how he moves through society, you know, saying the things he says, doing the things that he does. Like Brandon Tatum is a very interesting piece of work to say the least. And to see the conversation he had with Elliot Connie about everything that's going on, it was beautiful to watch. And so let's watch this quick little video from Willie D. Nancy Grace has been doing her thing, although she has been kind of getting on my nerves lately. Um, she's very performative, but she's also a little late to the party. Like Big Kish and Willie D have done a better job covering this case, way better job than Nancy Grace. Now I will give her credit. Nancy, yeah, I think as a former prosecutor, has been asking some very, very good questions, but she's a little late to the party a lot. And uh, I don't know. I'll skip that. I'll keep that to myself. But shout out to Willie D. Let's see what he got to say.
Has been saying that his death is foul play. In fact, some people.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? For weeks, people who are in support of Nolan Wells has been saying that his death is foul play. In fact, some people who just I don't know, want the truth have been saying it's foul play. And then there are others who are saying, no, 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 man, his death was just a tragic accident. And then there's Jeff Gentry. Jeff is a forensic certified bloodstain pattern analyst, senior crime scene analyst, death investigator, and former toxicology lab analyst. He was on Nancy Grace's show on yesterday. And even Jeff said, something, 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 something just ain't right. Jeff suspects foul play also. Yeah, fam. Check this out.
In most cases, I've seen drowning and is underwater for a period of time, their body is pretty well preserved, unless we're talking about like multiple days, weeks that this person is underwater. Usually the water is cooler temperature, and if that person is face down in the water or completely submerged, their body is pretty well preserved until they surface. Usually a body after a couple of days surfaces. So I'm really surprised that he was on the shore. I've never personally investigated a drowning case where a person just ends up on the shore, especially if there's not a strong current or waves. Usually in bodies of water, the person will stay in pretty much the location where they go underwater if it's witnessed. They don't usually move around much after they have submerged or gone underwater. So to me, it's very concerning that he was on the shore, or that his body surfaced that quickly. But that's what I am guessing is why they couldn't do an immediate visual identification with the family or even fingerprints. So I would really like to know more about the condition of the body. That's what I am assessing as a death investigator when I respond to a scene. So there should be a death investigation report from a death investigator who has experience looking at bodies and has experience examining these type of things, to show exactly what his condition was when he was found. And if the body is decomposed more than what you would normally expect in a drowning case, that should be a big red flag. That's something that you definitely need to look into further.
So you're saying, let me follow up on what you just said. You find it odd that he was quasi on the shore. You also stated that location where the body is found is typically where they went under. You also said that the body must have been too decomposed to make a facial ID. I did not hear an explanation as to why fingerprint ID was impossible.
Fingerprint identification would be impossible if the hands were dried out to an extent where they can't be fingerprinted. Sometimes people that are underwater, or if the hands are underwater, the skin, just like if you're in the bathtub for a prolonged period of time, the skin ends up looking the same way. It just gets kind of wrinkled, and it's very hard to get a usable or workable fingerprint in those scenarios. So one scenario would be the body is too decomposed to get a fingerprint or a visual identification. And then the alternate scenario is the body or the hands were exposed to the water too long to where they just are not able to get a good workable print. So those are the different possibilities. But again, his position at the edge of the bank or partially in the water, that's really concerning because there's tons of people around that area. If he was in that position or on the shore decomposing for a day or so, why did nobody see him? Those would be my type of questions that I would ask if I were a death investigator responding to this scene.
I ain't got no problem with that, but some of y'all do, so let's talk about it. Yeah, let's talk about what I said when this thing first happened.
Shout out Willie D, man. Because he be speaking that truth, man. He said, hey, man, I ain't got no problem with it. But some of y'all do. So let's talk about it. We know that. Some of y'all, Mr. JP Sportsman, y'all got a problem with people talking about the truth of this case. Anything that points to something nefarious happening, something shedding those good old American boys in a negative light, anything that comes out, you and your kind, get y'all panties in a bunch and y'all start spamming the comment section. I'm pretty sure if I went to JP Sportsman's page, and looked at all the comments he done left on other people's videos, an overwhelming majority of them will be in defense of a lot of these uncivilized mutts, as Willie D would say. My bad, bro. I ain't mean to do you like that. Let me get you going. Let me get you back right.
Happen that I ain't got no problem with that, but some of y'all do. So let's talk about it. Yeah, let's talk about what I said when this thing first happened, that Nolan's body was dumped, and that because of that body of water being so shallow, it don't even have waves strong enough to wash his body ashore. What did that man just say? He said it was strange for the body to be located where it was found. This is a death investigator. This is what he do, right? A lot of this, fam, is simply common sense. Jeff Gentry is identifying evidence or circumstances consistent with the possibility of foul play, because Nolan's independent autopsy still lists cause and manner as undetermined. Yeah. This man investigates deaths for a living. What is he seeing that concerns him? The position of the body, the weather conditions, the water conditions, the fact that the water didn't have any currents, any strong currents or waves. It just ain't adding up. Jeff understands the difference between suspicion and forensic evidence. Nolan's autopsy could not rule out non-accidental factors. The discoloration on the back of Nolan's head remains unexplained. No fractures was found, but does that eliminate the possibility that Nolan Wales was assaulted? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that's for all of y'all saying, well, they didn't find any signs of trauma and Nolan's body had decomposed. What evidence could decomposition have destroyed? You got critical tissues and organs that had been removed before the second autopsy. What answers became harder to obtain because of that? Yeah, if drowning is suspected, how did Nolan get into the water? How did Nolan get into the water? You heard him. He's a death investigator. They don't just examine the body. The scene and the circumstances matter too. Nolan's phone and keys remained without him.
I sure enough forgot to mention that when we were introducing this story. The main thing that was suspicious about these friends was how they was interacting with the family after Nolan went missing and before he was pronounced dead or deceased, unalived. They weren't very forthcoming with information. They didn't bring them the phone, they didn't bring them the keys. They kind of like, closed doors, hush hush. They lawyered up. They shut down their social medias. That's why it was really like, oh, y'all want us to suspect you. Y'all don't care. Bruh, the mom of one of the friends is a judge in Mississippi. And she immediately was like, oh no, this is what they told me. I wasn't there, but this is what they told me. So that's what happened. And we shut down everybody's social media because of everything that's going on, blaming everybody else. Same thing they did with Karmelo Anthony. Oh, we closing out the courtroom because, everybody, it's a bunch of death threats and we don't want, them same threats that everybody else get for whatever reason, just a little bit more realistic when it comes to somebody like Karmelo Anthony. And I'm pretty sure these are not the first death threats that judge has gotten. But somehow, the immediate potential, because they weren't even. That's another thing. Nolan wasn't missing long enough for them to get any threats, for them to get any comments. Had y'all moved a little differently, wouldn't nobody be saying nothing. Let's get back to Brother Willie D.
How does that fit into the investigation? Witnesses' accounts about Nolan remaining on Horn Island have been reported conflicted. How does that weigh? Could the physical evidence tell investigators whether Nolan entered the water voluntarily, accidentally, or because of another person? Now, what I want to know is what additional evidence does Jeff need before he's comfortable saying foul play likely occurred? Before he's comfortable actually saying the words. You can read between the lines. The man kept saying, this is strange. It's suspicious. It's odd. Never seen it before. All my investigations, never investigated anything like that before. Never seen it before. He got more experience than all of us. He got more experience than the sheriff. He has more experience than the DA. And the death investigator is saying foul play. Did he actually say the words? No. Read between the lines. Suspicious, odd, strange. Never seen it before. Does that evidence support the original confidence that there was no indication of foul play? You know the answer. That was rhetorical. What hasn't been explained that should have been explained by now? See, here's the deal. Here's the deal with this death investigator, Jeff Gentry. He isn't approaching this like social media. He's approaching it like a death investigator. And when a trained death investigator starts identifying things that don't fit neatly into an accidental death box, we need answers. We need answers, man. The private autopsy said that the manner of death was undetermined pending investigation. All that means is that the examination is not complete. When he get that second autopsy, what's his name? Robert Mitchell, the pathologist, when he gets that lungs and the throat, he gets those organs back and he gets a chance to really examine them, assuming that they are intact, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem because I am absolutely certain he is going to reach a determination of homicide. And when that happens, let's just hope that justice is finally served and we can finally answer the question, what happened to Nolan? No more talk.
I like how he does that at the end when he says, no more talk. You know what I'm saying?
Twitter the other day when I randomly came across a video of Mr. T. Now I know that's probably a name some of y'all haven't heard in a while, but I saw him performing with
Hold
Little
on.
Kim on 106 and Park in
I don't know what that was about, or if y'all heard that. Either way. So yeah, that was Willie D. Willie D always giving us the information on time, on target as always. Um, but yeah, move to this Big Kish video, and I'm gonna wrap up the Nolan Wells discussion. I want to talk about the full moon. I want to do a quick little bit on the astrology of the moment and why I decided to go live tonight because it does coincide with the full moon. And then we can set some intentions to release certain energy that might not be serving us as we transition into the next phase of this cycle. So let's go ahead and get in with Big Kish so I can get in with the astrology. Hopefully, get out of here at a decent hour. Do gotta go to work in the morning. But it's all love. I do it for y'all. Whoever's still tapped in. If not, hey man, I'm tapped in with myself. Nothing wrong with that.
Everything in this video is for entertainment purposes only. I am not a professional, nor do I claim to be. And everyone mentioned is innocent until proven guilty. Everything is theoretical and alleged. Please do not contact anyone mentioned in this or any other video.
A metro area attorney is now part of Nolan Wells' family's legal team. 16 WAPT's Ross Adams has more.
It's crazy he had to say that because Nolan Wells and them alleged friends are out here attacking content creators. That's another big thing that's been going on with this foolishness between these cases is that somehow content creators are being villainized for covering and spreading the information going on. You know, like they really like they coming at the people on the internet because they don't want people to know what's going on. They in the case of Karmelo Anthony versus Austin, the state of Texas, in regards to the death of Austin Metcalf, they said information was getting out to content creators about the trial. They literally fired somebody because they shared with them a trial date that was for a hearing that wasn't supposed to be uh taking place in secret. And they used the excuse that, oh, they were trying to, first of all, Carmelo wasn't even at the hearings. So how are you trying to protect they said other people's getting death threats too. But y'all always getting death threats. Y'all, that's what you in the life of public service. Like what the fuck? Like they fabricated these feelings around these death threats so that they could do whatever the fuck they wanted to do. That was the justification. Oh, I fear for my life because somebody said online that they was gonna do this to me, even though I got police officers every 10 feet and damn near in the corner of every room. But I digress. Eh, Same for this Nolan Wells situation. Just how they're attacking the people that are trying to promote the story just so that we can hold people accountable for doing the right thing. They're suing people online. Some people are spreading misinformation, but majority of these people are just passionate about what's going on, and they don't like what they hear. But they some punks, man. That's all it is. Some weak ass yellow bellied punks.
On his role in the case.
Nearly 2 months now since his body was found on Horn Island, and we're no closer to finding out what happened to Nolan Wells. The family has added some new legal firepower with a local attorney joining the legal team.
I think it helps to have somebody local who's, from the soil, somebody that.
I don't know if I want anybody local on the case anymore. After what happened with Karmelo Anthony, these locals somehow doesn't sit well with me. I ain't saying it's the same situation. I know he a brother. He got his little Muslim beard going together. But, we'll see. But we see how it played out with getting a local attorney for Karmelo. It didn't work out so well. So that's just my spidey senses are tingling. That's all.
That, is kind of familiar with the terrain, with the people.
Jackson criminal defense attorney Ahmad Smith signed on 3 weeks ago. Smith will assist National Civil Rights Attorney Ben Crump, along with the NAACP Office of Legal Counsel, working on an independent investigation. Many, including Wells' parents, have raised serious questions about how law enforcement authorities on the Gulf Coast are handling the investigation.
They've spoken out publicly often enough to suggest that they have some skepticism about the way that this process is played out.
Wells' body was found washed up on the water 2 days after he and a group of friends set off on a boat from Ocean Springs to Horn Island on 4th of July. Smith says the cases are the attention from around the world. Some are worried about a cover-up.
There have been instances where Black bodies have been found floating in Mississippi waters in mysterious circumstances. So people naturally harken back to some of that history.
Smith says he spoke with Wells' parents last week during a gathering for what would have been his 19th birthday.
While they're grieving, their disposition to me seems to be one that is hopeful. They're trusting the team that they've amassed.
Smith believes an independent investigation is indispensable because he says you can't always trust the information coming from state prosecutors will be accurate. He says sometimes they may not have the knowledge or the resources. Sometimes they will simply miss something. Reporting from Jackson, Ross Adams, 16 WAPT News.
Y'all, when I tell y'all, J. Megan, Nerdy Pink Panda is on one, she got the necklace. She got the eyeliner.
This is why I wanted to watch this. I hope it ain't been echoing. I forgot to mute up the mic. But this is why I've been wanting to watch this because Shawty be going in. We're gonna see.
When she dress up, that means she's about to cook. I'm talking about new friends, new pictures, new timeline, new boats and shit. Y'all ain't gonna wanna miss this right here. Make sure y'all subscribe to J. Megan, Nerdy Pink Panda. Y'all know she made a transition from TikTok over to YouTube. We gonna let her know she have our support. And the only way that these stories are not gonna die down is if we have the help from the subscribers. So y'all make sure y'all hype this video. Make sure y'all like and make sure y'all subscribe. Go over there and support her because without y'all, we cannot push this information. Because what J. Megan does, it's a gift. Not everybody is doing what she do. She spends hours on figuring out the details of a situation. And we know damn well that the professionals are supposed to be doing this. If we leave this shit up to the professionals, they gonna keep saying Nolan Wells drowned. They not gonna bring up the friends because they are so connected. The friends got parents that are judges and lawyers and shit. They know the governor. They know the mayor. They know the people who own the boats. So we really ain't gonna get shit from them.
Man, shout out to Big Kids. I just gotta say, my brother been doing this thing for a minute. I've been watching. He took a little hiatus for a couple months ago, but I've been watching this brother as he grew from like 60,000 to what he had 189,000, and it's just the sincerity. When I watch people and you know how they show themselves on their camera, like I pay attention to how they do their thing, and this brother right here, he doing it, man. He keeping it up. He's very sincere. He's very humble, very human. You know what I'm saying? But I can tell he takes this thing serious, and he's gifted at what he does with this. Cause he putting on a show. He introducing this lady, and she deserves it. She been cooking, but that's why I watch him. I watch him watching her. I don't watch her. She cool, you know, whatever. But I watch him watch her. You know what I'm saying? That's why that's the value of the reactors. Like the information is cool, but seeing how people react to the information, yeah, that's what makes it entertaining.
So all we have is us, y'all. Let's move in unison and continue to put our best foot forward, y'all. All hands on deck. Check this out, y'all.
Okay, folks, let's get into it because I finally got my hands on the Al Sharpton defamation lawsuit, and it has been illuminating to say the least. Because y'all know that my specialty is those details, and clearly these people are not detail oriented. I'm sure by now.
Yeah, man. Why they going after Al? No, all Al want to do is just stand in the mirror and take selfies. Why they disrespecting our good brother by going after him for asking the right question? Telling you, bro, they don't care that they look guilty. They don't care that they look suspicious. They really don't. They really are. They trying to play the game, but they just so oblivious. Like, oh, why do y'all think we would do something like? Do y'all see y'all? Do you know that we can see you? Did we know that we saw you cut off your social media? We saw y'all lawyer up. We saw y'all post about how no, it wasn't me. Exactly. Plenty of people distrust and dislike Al Sharpton, but why are you going after Al Sharpton? What about Nolan? What happened to Nolan? Why are you saying anything? It's the things that you say that make me really like consider like y'all trying to make it about everything else, but what happened to Nolan Well? That's why I brought up Al in the mirror taking selfies. We know that this is how Al get his thing. This is how he get his thing going. But if we got to get Al Sharpton to light a fire, if we got to get Al Sharpton to get some attention, if we got to use Al Sharpton to put some money up to get some people to actually take this investigation seriously, even then it just shows how far we have fallen as a people to the point where it got to be the play. The play is let's get Al Sharpton involved because this is what we got to do to get this type of notoriety. I've been meaning to tell y'all, as much as I want to bring up, the information about Karmelo and Nolan, bro, this goes all the way back to Emmett Till. Then to present day Trayvon. We've been talking about him. Then there's Cyrus Carmack Belton, who's one of the other young brothers that was up there with the Nolan Wells family for the NAACP press conference. And then Taquan Davis Jr., TJ Davis. These are the other brothers that was up there with the family of Nolan Wells, dealing with some strange behavior around these young black men losing their lives in proximity to these so-called non-black friends. And I know y'all want to talk about black on black crime, but guess what? I don't. We talking about y'all right now. So let's get back to this good sister. I forget her name all the time. Jay something. She's dope. Shout out to her.
Now, many of you have seen the picture that I posted yesterday with a mysterious red watered down liquid dripping down the side of the boat. Now, none of us can definitively say what this is, but it's clear to me that some people have never gone fishing in their entire life, because those people trying to argue and say that the color is off, that it's too light, don't seem to get that fishing boats are specifically coated with something that makes things wash off of it, makes things thin, makes it easy to get things like fish guts out. But fine, if that's not enough for you, I'll keep going, because this TikToker literally over a month ago thought that they spotted this on the side of the boat. Now, they noticed those drips, and full disclosure, they did run it through like a AI cleanup thing, and this was the result of that. And even when you go back and look at the older versions of this video, as the angle changes, you can see those drippy marks. But I even took this picture of Warren on the Triton with his fish just so I can show you what it does look like on the side of the boat when there is a red fluid. To me, it seems pretty obvious what this liquid is, because I've genuinely racked my brain to think of something else it could be. And it just doesn't make sense for like an alcoholic beverage because it's on the outside of the railing. If you look back in the original Cito video, this person here, who I suspect to be Ike Pyrone, was holding something in his hands, and I could never figure out what it was until we got the new pictures. Here you can clearly see a gray something in his hands. Well, going back to this picture of Warren with all of his fish, you'll notice that the Triton has a gray towel normally wrapped around it. Oh, why would they need a towel if they're in the middle of sinking, unless they're trying to clean something up? I also noticed something in this much clearer raw shot of the Cito picture right here. We see something dark reddish here and like lighter red over here. Now,
Y'all see that? That's crazy. I don't know what to believe, in the world of AI. But man, listen.
I have no idea what that is. It could be a towel. It could be a swimsuit cover up. I did notice, however, it looked like somebody took a tool and like colored right here. What I do know is if you look at the original Cito pictures and videos, there's nothing seemingly red here. But it does look like, however, is somebody's leg extending way too far into the console here. And again, can't say one way or the other what it is in the background there. What I can say, however, is remember when I said that the AI felt like it was being used on the Cito video to obscure the identities of the girls? Well, I was at least half right on this, because this is a third girl. This is not the girl in the blue swimsuit that we've been seeing before. How do I know? Well, by now we've all seen this picture, this video 1,000 times, right? Girl in the blue swimsuit with the backwards hat. Well, I have suspected for a long time now that there was somebody being hidden back here, and I was proven right. Y'all see how this girl is wearing a watch? Well, right there in the original video / photo is somebody back there wearing a watch. Once you know to look for it, you can actually see it. Make sure you got your brightness turned all the way up, but you can see that reflection of the watch right here. At the same time, the girl in the backwards hat is over here. Two major suspects for this, one of them being Lainey, but it seems to me like the more likely suspect is probably Ava, the other Seymour Hudson sibling. And as you can see here, she does in fact have an Apple Watch that sure looks a lot like the one right here. Also found extremely interesting in that letter. Remember how we've seen this picture? We never really confirmed whether it was real or not until Tatum showed us. So somehow Officer Tatum had his hands on this picture, and you'll notice in the filing, oh look, what do we have here? The exact same swimsuit I talked about a couple days ago and that whole friend group. So clearly this photo originated with the group that Katie got a ride from. Y'all know I have said for a long time that I suspected that Katie was in those pictures and on that boat based on the swimsuit and the white hat that she's wearing in this picture that was taken on the boat of the people that came and gave her a ride after being left on the island. And I do think that maybe they joined this group because there's a couple of faces that look familiar, but I'll circle back to that later. I want to point out some more little stuff that I've noticed before we get to the big stuff, the meat and potatoes of this video. Like here, how I noticed that the cooler that was on the boat earlier that day by the sea tow pictures is suddenly got the handle broken off. Don't know if that's significant, but it's interesting. Also kind of surprised how nobody has pointed out in this picture that there is clearly at least one mom in that group. And I suspect that it's Katie Hudson Seymour because she is literally like the only person I have found that has a shorter haircut. I'm talking kids, I'm talking adults associated with this group. I mean, clearly this is a mom vibe. So what boat did she go out on? I'm also very confused on why this portion of the tide line in that faraway picture doesn't seem to match up with this picture of the tide line. And sure, there's an argument where you can say, oh, it's just in heavy shadow, but I'm sorry, the water reflects the sunlight. You would get at least a color difference. But anyway, I also strongly suspect that the girl who's at the front of the boat is actually Warren and Carter's sister. Her head shape, her smile, all of it just that feels correct. But again, like this is all my own opinion. Like I don't know, you don't know. But the reason I say this is because if it's Katie on this boat with everybody, then that would make them the odd man out in this family affair. Notice how this boat is absolutely not sinking. Like there's Wyatt still supposedly on the phone. Most of these people are standing in the same place. And look, you can even see Horn Island in the background. But this boat looks like it's about to go under. Guys, how did they magically get this boat to start floating without planing? Because remember, they're supposed to plane it to drain all the water out to stop it from sinking. Now, just the last little thing I want to touch on before I move on to the meat and potatoes is, anybody else think it's weird that the fingers are covering the picture? I mean, truly, when was the last time anybody recorded or took a picture and had their fingers over the camera? Like, especially with the finger, like, coming down over it like this. Like, I genuinely can't understand the mechanics of how they're holding this because I know I haven't done that since digital cameras. So was this picture video also taken from that same digital camera that they all took the picture at the front of the boat on? One of the first things that piqued my interest in this defamation letter was this Apple Maps picture. Now you'll notice in the factual background portion, they just say that it arrived at 10:50 on Horn Island, but conveniently makes no mention of when it left because right here in this picture, it says 10:50, but 10:22 is the leave time, which is a half an hour difference from the 9:56 departure time we've gotten. That's when I started hearing the little buzzing start to go off. Because personally, I don't recognize this version of Apple Maps, so I don't know if this was the actual route they did or if they just looked up another route and included it. Now, I'm going to go through this chronologically, so keep up. Because now, because of this letter, we know the exact time that the sea tow call was made. And guess what, guys? It wasn't around 4 like they told us, but at 4:48. So that would be 17 minutes after the GPS said that they left Horn Island, which was at 4:31. You'll also notice at 4:48, they canceled the first call. Almost as if they looked up the number, pressed the link, it started to call, they freaked out, canceled it, then gave themselves a breath to calm down, and then they called. Now that would mean that by the end of that call, it was almost 5 o'clock, almost 2 hours after they noticed the boat first sinking, 2 hours after they supposedly left Nolan on this island. Now, given how close this picture is to this cluster of boats and this very casual pose that seems to be going on, I think it's absolutely possible that Katie and Orlaney called this group of friends and was like, hey, can you pick us up? Because we know that by 5:34, Katie was on the boat taking Snapchat pictures and having fun with these people, which just so happens to coincide with the 5:52 traveled into Fort Bayou time from the GPS. The Triton then returning to the dock at 6:06 p.m., which would be about 4 minutes after this picture of the guy in the red swim trunks that I think was Carter going out with this group earlier that day. Because I also suspect that this is Carter right here based on the build, the lighter strawberry hair in the front. And then I think right here is backwards cap Katie, because remember how I said in this picture, it looked like these two people were cuddling up with each other. And by process of elimination, it had to be one of the girls in the blue swimsuits and the red shorts guy. I also suspect that this is Brooks and Kendall right here. You'll notice that it looks like he's wearing a very thick gold chain right here, and Brooks seems to wear this thick gold chain all the time. Now, there's no way for me to positively confirm the identities of these people, but it is a dot that would neatly connect these two boats. Now, fast forwarding to Warren's phone call with the Coast Guard that lasted 21 minutes, starting at 11:13. So that would mean by the time he got off the phone with the Coast Guard, it would be about 11:35. While he's on the phone with the Coast Guard, he and Christine are texting each other. She asked Nolan where Warren's car was, and he says at Jax's house. She says, "Where is that? Can you send me the address from where you guys launched?" He says, "Yes, ma'am." She said, "When was the last time you guys saw him?" 3 p.m. Now, this is not a picture of Jax's residence. He sent her the actual location of the boat launch, not from Jax's house where they all supposedly left that morning. Why would he send her a picture of where they put the boat in the water instead of Jax's house that she's literally specifically asking for? Then he sends her the pin of the house next door to Jax's house. Okay, so you've given the wrong address twice now, and then Warren texts her this: "We launched the boats yesterday evening and left from here this morning." Because wait a fucking minute, y'all.
I actually stayed with Nolan that night at my buddy's house, and I woke up at my buddy's house, and we went to McDonald's, got food. Nolan was not with me, and I went and got breakfast. I had my buddy's boat hooked up to my truck, and well, first I ran to my house, then I went to McDonald's and came back, and the boat was already hooked up to my truck. My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddies, and we went, filled the top of the boat off, loaded it down with ice, and just got everything ready. Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach. He's an 18-foot Palm Beach, and Wyatt, I drove the boat from 4x boat launch to my buddy's grandparents' house.
No wonder he was stuttering all over that story. It was a fucking lie. Because you trying to tell me that the day of all of this, he didn't remember when they put the boats in? He had a whole story about McDonald's and getting the ice and everything. But this means that they put all of those boats in the water the night before, and then everybody came over and had a sleepover party with 10, 15 people. Let's face it, it was probably just a regular party. Now, I know you've thought it. I've thought it. A lot of us aren't even sure that Nolan ended up at Horn Island at all, which would explain all of the weird Photoshoppy pictures that we're talking about. Now, if it wasn't for Javon and the coach, I know all of us would be like, did something happen the night before all of this? Because why lie? Why lie about what time you put the boats in the water? Now, after the 20-minute call with the Coast Guard, he then calls Christine back for about a minute. Then at 12:25, Warren gets a phone call from somebody from the Coast Guard that lasts only 2 minutes. So a whole hour has gone in between these calls. Now, mind you, listen to Trayston's side of this story, because there's a bit of a time discrepancy on Trayston's end.
I didn't wake up again until a little after 11 o'clock. And that was my brother coming in the room being like, "Hey, Warren's trying to get a hold of you. You need to answer the phone. They look for Nolan." And I'm half awake, and I pick up the phone. And by this time, nobody had came to the house to grab anything. And Warren gets on the phone, and he's just like, "Hey, man, he's like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else?" I was like, "No, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last Monday." And he was like, "Okay." He was like, "Man, we can't get hold of him. We don't know where he's at." I was like, "Man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere with that girl. Like, get hold of the girl. You probably find Nolan. It's no big deal." And he was like, "All right." He was like, "But we're starting to freak out. We're getting on the phone with Coast Guard." I was like, "Okay." And at that time, he'd already talked to his mom, Nolan's mom. And he was getting on the phone with Coast Guard. And I'd called. I need to be specific about this. I did not call Warren's phone. I called another one of our buddies' phone, and it was on speakerphone. They were all together. I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, "Hey, this is Bob."
So Trayston says he gets the phone call a little after 11. Trayston's all like, "Oh, I don't know where she is," even though he's friends with Katie. Like, he keeps calling her that girl, but they were friends. Katie and his sister ran in the same friend group. Mind you, he said that he had already talked to Christine at that point, but Warren told Christine that nobody could find Katie. So they didn't actually talk to Trayston or anybody else about this Katie girl before telling the mom that they couldn't find her. Then you'll notice in that story, he said that they were on the phone with the Coast Guard, and then he was like, "Oh, they're calling, I gotta go," hanging up. But we now know that that second call, that "I've gotta go, they're calling," happened at 12:30. So none of Trayston's story there is making sense. According to the very, very, very first MDR report, dispatch sent a call from Christine to Lieutenant Patrick Caron advising the dispatch of a caller reporting a missing male. So if Warren had called the Coast Guard by that point, spoke to them for 20 minutes, why didn't they reach out to MDMR? Let's not forget that the original statement from the Coast Guard was that they did not receive word of Wells' disappearance until 12:26 when the Jackson County Sheriff's Department reached out for assistance. And they later had to correct this to around 11 p.m., but they maintained that no formal assistance was requested at that time. Because it sounds to me like the Coast Guard wasn't actually notified until after Christine had talked to the Jackson County Sheriff's Department, to which then they called Warren to get more information. But that call only lasted 2 minutes. Then we find out about 30 minutes later, Christine and Warren talk again on the phone at 1 a.m. exactly. Now that is extremely significant because guess what is happening at 1 a.m.?
They come back to my house at around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, so you mean the same time Christine is on the phone with Warren? Now, mind you, he is trying to claim that that is when they came back to his house, that they had already been there, that they got the phone and they went to Wyatt's house and all that stuff happened. Wyatt called 911. But now we know for sure that that is not true because Jax and his brother didn't call 911 until almost 3 a.m. And this is confirmed by Christine's text to Warren saying that Nolan's dad is at the house to pick up the key. So it seems pretty obvious that Jax is confusing the two times, and the first time they showed up was at 1 a.m. They found out where Wyatt's boat was. They went to that house. Wyatt called 911 on them there. And then they came back, just his father, at about 2:30, an hour and a half later. Which lines up with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office talking to the friends who were on the boat with Nolan that day and reporting back at 1:38. And yet Odom says here that based on the information provided, they don't think Nolan's in any trouble. They don't need Coast Guard. They don't need to search for him. He's probably just chilling at some chick's house. They even say here that Warren agreed to talk to a deputy or investigator, for some reason talk to them on another friend's phone. Something tells me they more or less had the attitude of, it's just our friend's mom being a little overprotective. I'm sure he's fine. Oh my God, I was going to talk about something else, but I think I just figured something out in real time.
I ain't gonna hold you. I stepped away to get some snacks. What did I miss? What did I miss? What's going on, Uja? Uja rocking with me, man. That's my bro. Appreciate you. Yeah, you're right. Before Emmett Till. Absolutely. Hey, she going off. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this. I ain't gonna run it back. But look at Kish. This is what I'm talking about. Kish be making these faces. He's a great reactor. As somebody that be showing their face and their reactions, he's really, really good at it. That's how he got this following, especially like over the last year or so. I want to say maybe not 2025. It might have been 2025. He was my number one channel, Big Kish. I watched all his videos, and he was dropping one jumps like every day. So shout out to him.
I'll save that for another video because I was going over the GPS again, right? Now, we all know that something has been fishy with these GPS coordinates for a while, especially considering that the GPS doesn't seem to stop moving for a very long time, going at a constant slowish speed for 2.5 miles. At no point do they ever mention the stopping, the calling the CTO, all of that stuff. Why isn't the GPS like telling us about that? Now, at about 7:45, the boat was taken to the grandparents' house. Now, for like Warren and Wyatt and everybody to come back together later on, it means that like Warren and Wyatt had to have been the ones to take it there, drop it off, and then come back in their vehicles. Meaning that the Triton would have had to have been docked on land and like in a parking spot. Could just be sitting there unattached to anything on a trailer, right? Yet at 9:32 the next morning, the GPS was powered on. Then it was clearly turned off again, and then it was powered on again at 9:51, and the vessel moved 52 feet. Why and how did it move 52 feet. And the Triton doesn't go back out because Warren was on the boat with his family, and Morgan, Wyatt, and Trayston were on the Palm Beach. And about what time did they go out there?
About 7 o'clock that morning, we had all decided that we were going to go out on the boat and go look for Nolan. Wyatt had already had his boat still in the water. We were on the water from 9:45 to 11:50.
Oh, you mean the exact time frame in which the GPS kept getting turned on, powered on, move 52 feet, powered on. Y'all, I think that these were the GPS coordinate points for the fucking Palm Beach. Because how would the Triton move 52 feet if it was sitting in a driveway at Wyatt's grandparents' house? Y'all remember, the Palm Beach left before the Triton did. They left Horn Island minutes before. Because again, according to the GPS, the boat was moving the entire time, and it was a good 17 minutes in between it leaving Horn Island and that sea tow call. But you may be saying, Jay, the guy said that the Palm Beach was in the water already that morning. It couldn't have traveled to the grandparents' house. But remember, this is what Jack said when they said they wanted to go out and look for him that night.
Thinking about doing it that night.
Yes.
And why didn't you do it that night?
So we already called the Coast Guard at this point. We didn't have access to a boat that was already in the water, ready to go, other than one that I'm just not allowed to use at all. And I was still this close to taking it out.
So where was the Palm Beach, y'all? The Palm Beach was already in the water that morning. How come y'all didn't have a boat that was available for you to use? Because remember when they were like, oh, they're demanding the address of the boat, they were driving to the grandparents' house. Wyatt and Morgan were. And as it turns out, it's actually quite easy to transfer your GPS memory from one boat to another. In fact, it's so easy if you're doing it from one Garmin to another, there's literally an app you can do it on. Remember I told you literally Joseph McGrath worked for IT for the Ocean Marine Group, which is the group that is owned by Jerry Adkerson? Because my guess is they took the coordinates from the Palm Beach and put it into the Triton, but were so tunnel vision focused on the 4th of July that they didn't even think about the 5th. Because I've told y'all, those GPS plotters and everything, you have to do it manually. It's not like an automatic thing, and it's easily changeable. And we don't know what the Palm Beach was even equipped with. I mean, even the GPS seemed a little confused because there is a literal question mark in this report. Why was the GPS turned on 4 times in an hour? Especially here at 9:51, powered on question mark vessel moved 52 feet, and then it was turned on again 2 minutes later. So how did they move it 52 feet? Why did they move it 52 feet? Why did they turn off the GPS and then turn it back on? Almost like Morgan took the Palm Beach and dropped a bunch of people off. That would explain why there are so many data points that are not being accounted for in any of these boys' stories. Because notice, Morgan never tells us what he did after he left in the Palm Beach. Anyway, I'm exhausted. I have spent the last 5 hours recording this video. So if you like what I do and want to support my work, you know where the link is. And also, happy birthday to me.
Again, everything is all alleged, but I love the work that she do because it holds a microscope and holds people accountable and let them know that we're watching.
Facts. Shout out to her. She's doing great work. Not only doing the research to find that information, but spreading that information in a happy medium that we all can digest. Shout out to J Megan, aka Nerdy Pink Panda. She a cold one, for sure.
He's not gonna sit up there and be like, yeah, Nolan Wells' parents was crying and Nolan Wells was on a beach, he washed up. We're not gonna keep talking about the same shit. Let's talk about who is he around. Let's talk about where was he last seen. Let's talk about these messages. It's something that the professionals don't seem to get. Now all of a sudden they don't know anything about any details. And this is why we must support J Megan, y'all. This is a talent that she has, and I respect the hell out of it. She says she spends 5 hours recording these videos, chopping up the information, going to go research. I don't have that type of talent, and I'm not going to sit up here and act like I do. So I'm going to ask y'all. Y'all put y'all best foot forward, by liking these videos, hyping these videos, subscribing to the channels, if y'all want to keep Nolan Wells' name alive. But like I said, we can't trust the news to put this information out there. We can't trust no damn Cajun Navy. We can't trust no damn sheriff department. We have to get the information out so people could always come back and use this information as a reference for anything that's in the future to come out. Because let's be honest, if you're on a boat with 30 friends, between 3 to 4 boats, and all we got is Warren, Wyatt, Jax, and Fart, and a couple of other people, we need to find out who was around Nolan Wells. And this is why I don't trust anybody that's trying to let this story die down, trying to shut us up by saying he drowned. I don't trust anybody who feels comfortable with giving us the same damn information we had since July 5th. In fact, it's a damn insult to sit up here and keep talking about the same shit that we had when we first found out he passed. Where's the new information? But y'all make sure y'all support these channels. Keep Nolan Wells' name alive and get in that comment section and let me know what y'all think about the video. Big Kish signing out. I'm gone, y'all.
Shout out Big Kish. Shout out Big Kish. I don't even want to do it. I'm gonna just come out June 13th. Let me go ahead and stop sharing that at least. But yeah, man, it's just unfortunate, you know. I don't know if anybody's ever seen or heard of a movie called Mississippi Burning, but I watched that for the first time recently. And it's based on a true story, which is even more bizarre. But it's a sad state of affairs um in this country right now that we have to not only combat, all the things that are going on in the world and with the financial crisis and prices of everything and shortages on materials and shortages on goods. Excuse me. We got to deal with just idiotic hatred because people are different. Xenophobia, racism. To the point where, in one case, this black boy is about to get jumped by at least two big people that are significantly bigger than him. And he decides to defend himself, and one of the boys dies. He gets convicted of murder in the first degree, like he was just a premeditated killer. Even though the victim and his crew were the initial agitators and provocateurs of the incident. And in another case, we have a young black man who initially went missing and then washed up dead on the shore and was immediately reduced to just an accident without a proper investigation. I have so many other thoughts around that situation that I'm not even gonna go down right now because I do believe there was a lot of involvement, organizational involvement, if you understand what I mean, um, with that. So, and it's very, very clear, especially when you consider the characters that are playing playing out in all of this. And so I say all that to say that we got to be diligent. We got to be focused. We got to keep our head on the swivel. We cannot afford to lose sight of ourselves and who we are, why we're here, and what we're fighting for. And it's time for change. And the time is now. So, speaking of that time, I want to take a moment and share with you uh, one of the paramount things of I've adopted in my life, which is astrology. And so, this is what we would call an astrological chart of the heavens and the sky at the time of the full moon. Now, I decided to do this chart because you do a chart based on date right here, which is in this case August 27th, 2026, and this is in Central Time. So where I am is actually August 28th. And this was about a little over an hour ago, at 12:18 a.m. Eastern Time. But I did this at Alexandria, Louisiana, which is essentially the halfway point between Frisco, Texas, which was the incident where Karmelo Anthony defended his life and took the life of Austin Metcalf, and Ocean Springs, Mississippi, which is where Nolan Wells unfortunately lost his life. And so I chose to do this as the halfway point, as a merger of those two incidents, and to bring it geographically into a spiritual space, almost like playing a game on a board. So I'm turning the earth into a board game and dissecting the spiritual influences that this moment has on those locations. Um, with Alexandria, Louisiana being in the middle, the only real effect that it has on this chart is what we would call the rising sign. So I'm going to start with that. I'm going to pull up my screen and see if y'all can see me with my pointer. Hopefully you can. Maybe not. No, yeah, you can. All right. Bet. So this is what we would call our ascendant, right? And that is the rising sign, and that is the horizon. And so to find that, you have to know the date, time, and location of where you want to take this astrological chart. If you do not have the location, you cannot place the longitude and the latitude, and therefore cannot calculate what constellation is coming over the horizon or is rising over the horizon at this specific day and time. So, in Alexandria, Virginia, or excuse me, Alexandria, Louisiana, it's getting late, y'all. I'm tired, but I'm going to try and get this done in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Aries is what is rising. And I'm going to kind of just like breeze through it. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do a longer breakdown of all the signs and all the constellations. You might even see my chart differently from another chart that you may have seen in the past. I do study 13 sign astrology, so there are actually 13 signs. The one small sign you see over here to the right is Scorpio, and next to that is what we call the 13th sign, but it's only the 13th sign because it's just not included in the original 12. Um, it's a wheel, so there is no first sign, last sign, or nothing like that. They like to say the zodiac year starts with Aries and ends with Pisces. But if we're being 100% honest, the spring equinox, which is the symbol or the indication of the start of the great solar year, the spring equinox occurs in Pisces at this time, and it has for thousands of years, like a couple thousand years, and it won't be the quote unquote age of Aquarius for another few hundred years, according to my calculations, where the spring equinox will rise in the sign of Aquarius. That will be the birth of the age of Aquarius, and that will not occur for another 400 or 500 years, approximately. So, Aries rising, and if you don't know, Aries is the god of war, very much about conflict, aggression, and confrontation, um, which is very pivotal to both of these incidents. And so, I believe we might have the makings of a civil war on our hands surrounding these incidents. It's definitely very, very apparent that the divide on whether or not you stand in defense of these people who have been done wrong. Yeah, I'm gonna just make it plain from my perspective. You know, the brothers, the young black boys who have been done wrong in these incidents, it falls on race more often than not. If you feel like, oh, nothing happened to Nolan Wells, it was just an accident. You are probably white, or at least a white supremacist, a white sympathizer. If you black, we call you Brandon Tatum. You know, a quote unquote race traitor. So yeah, man, I think we're definitely on our way to, if we don't do something different or find some form of justice, I definitely believe we could be at risk of going to war. Um, and so that might be on the horizon. That might is definitely how it seems. That's so what the rising sign represents is like how people see you. You know, if this was a natal chart of an individual, most people would say he's very combative or he's very much aggressive. Probably a lot like Austin Metcalf. So that's the energy that we're carrying forward in this cycle. Um, and this is an eclipse as well. I'll explain that now, actually. So even though most people like to start off with the sun and the solar energy, I do lunar astrology. I think lunar is more personal. It's interesting that I started with the rising because that is the most fast changing. You know, actually, in probably 20 minutes after this, it would have been in a different sign, and then a few hours after that, it would have been in a different sign. Well, the moon takes a few days to go through signs, but a month to do a whole revolution. Just like the rising sign takes a day to do a whole revolution. The sun takes a whole year to do a whole revolution. It's all about these cycles. You know what I'm saying? So I do the lunar cycle first because I think it is more personal. It is more of an indicator of who you are on an individual level than the all encompassing sun sign, the heliocentric perspective. So it's very interesting that the moon, this full moon, is in Aquarius. A lot of people think we're at the sign of Virgo, the sun sign of Virgo right now. And so they would expect this moon to be in the sign of Pisces, but it is actually in Aquarius in the water bearer. And then both of these incidents had water surrounding them, where um, Nolan Wells, unfortunately, was lost around Horn Island and a back and forth between Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and Horn Island in the Gulf Coast. And Karmelo Anthony was at a track meet that was rained out and delayed because of rain. It's probably very hard to run on a track when it's, you know, elements that are, affecting your performance. And so, very interesting that the water element of Aquarius, even though Aquarius is an air sign, it's like a water air sign in a lot of ways. And the moon is a water planet because it's ruled by Cancer, which is a water sign. Um, it's ruled by Cancer, which is the cardinal water sign. Um, and then it's going into this Aquarius energy, which is very Aquarius moons are very much matter of fact, very scientific, very much not emotional. So I think this is challenging us not to be emotional. This is challenging us to let our emotionals be actually be technical. So we have to prove, even though both of these incidents are very much being proved on a technical level. You see how J Megan just broke all of this shit down? That's very scientific. That's very Aquarian. It's very much like that's the truth. You can't hide from it. And it's a collective truth. It's like a lot of people coming together to help find this truth. Um, because it's an emotional, passionate, intimate thing behind it. And it's conjunct what we would call this north node. The nodes is where eclipses happen. They're the points where the moon during this cycle would cross over what is called the ecliptic. And then so when it's going north, that means it's crossing above the ecliptic, like almost like it's staying on the outside of the ring as it travels back. And then when it goes back south, it goes back below the ring and it stays inside as it travels. And then next month, when it goes back through the node again, it'll go back above and go outside or above the ecliptic. That's where eclipses happen along the ecliptic, which is the path of the sun, right? And so this is what makes it a full moon or a lunar eclipse, which is, also known as the blood moon, because the earth sitting right here in the middle between the sun and the moon is casting a shadow over the moon, right? So the closer the sun and the moon are to these eclipses, the more you get coverage or a total eclipse because they're essentially in the same spot. You got to look at this as like a 2D representation of 3D movement. So while things are moving on a plane, they're also moving in height or depth up and down. So if this was like a ring, they're moving above and below this ring. You know what I'm saying? On a 3D spherical level, heliospherical, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say. And if you don't, just leave a comment, ask a question. I'm here for you. It's gonna be okay. Uh, so yeah, the moon is conjunct this north node. This is the symbol for the north node. Looks like a horseshoe or an omega. Shout out to the bros. And so that's why this full moon opposite sun in Leo is an eclipse because the sun is conjunct the south node, right? This is when the moon travels south of the ecliptic. Okay. And so the sun, wow, interesting. So this is also interesting because this is conjunction between the sun and this symbol here is Mercury. So it's very much about communication. No such thing as coincidence that I'm choosing to go back live on this day at this time. I'm choosing to use technology to communicate my thoughts my ego, my consciousness, my emotions, um, my stance, which is how I show up consistently, which is very solar energy. I'm using this medium of Mercury technology, traveling. Information is traveling. Internet, which is Aquarius, the internet, the interconnection between all of us, this computer to tell you how I feel about what's going on and how it's raising these emotions. I was once these young men. I was once 19, 18, 17 years old. I did a lot of things. I did a lot of foolish things around that time. But I'm grateful and so thankful to be where I am today. I have a family. I am living my wildest dreams. A beautiful, loving wife who's probably very upset at me right now because I'm talking to y'all on the internet. And I booed up, laid up with her, snoring, sleeping. I got sons and daughters that look up to me and love me unconditionally. So I don't need this for validation. I need to get it out because I need to, if not just express my perspective, share that, somebody else who might have a similar perspective, can see and can hopefully find a like mind along this very troubling, trying journey. And so, I'm doing this for connection, but it's really my connection to myself that really fuels it all. And so I see a lot of myself in these stars and these charts and these planets. And it's very transformational with what we have, especially along these eclipses, because these eclipses are like gateways, they're like portals into the past. Emmett Till, Trayvon Martin, going into the future, the next generation. It might end up being somebody else's son unless we do something about it right now. And it starts with communicating. It starts with self, believing in yourself, knowing who you are. Yes, you too, white people. Know that historically you have a reputation around the world. It's nothing to be defensive of and everything to be aware of. At what point are you going to acknowledge the wrongs that have been committed in the name of whiteness? At what point are we going to acknowledge the long standing outcomes and injustices that have endured because of racism, white supremacy, and chattel slavery? It's not easy to see the faults of yourself or the faults of your people. Trust me, as a black person, I have to come to grips with my own faults and the faults of my people. That's why I can look at somebody like this fool and just laugh, knowing that he doesn't know me and I don't know him, but he somehow feels justified. Where I know that I must remain curious, ultimately to find the answers that I seek. I know I don't know everything. Here he is calling me low IQ and R word and all that. And I'm just like, man, who hurt you? Who didn't touch you in the way you wanted to be touched when you needed to be touched? Or who touched you against your will? Because clearly you're touched. You might not even know what that means, but African American vernacular. You are truly touched. And if you believe these racist ideals about, what's going on with Karmelo and Nolan, you're touched as well. You have you got, and you're a little out of touch. So just based off of, those big three, the sun, the moon, the rising. So I talked about Aries and Aquarius. Let me talk about the sun and Leo. The sun rules Leo, or excuse me, Leo rules the sun. So this is the sun in its ruling sign for the whole, and it's longer than a month actually. But this whole sign, it's like in the middle too. So we like are in the heart of Leo, the heart of the lion. I know y'all think it's Virgo, but we just now getting really into this Leo season. And I really want to take this time today, August 28th. This is Michael Jackson's birthday. And I know y'all think he a Virgo. He probably has some Virgo stuff. But man, oh man, oh man. That man is a lion. He's royalty. He's so childlike. That's another thing. Leo's very childlike. Both of these boys were very, very young. Very, very childish. Childlike. They did very childish things. Nolan dancing, trying to impress girls. Cool, man. Yeah, nothing against that. But sometimes you gotta, as a man, you gotta realize you gotta put that type of behavior away. When you become a man, you stop chasing women. You stop chasing girls. You might attract women, nothing wrong with attracting women, but you don't do anything to get attention. That's that Leo. And his birthday is in Leo. So he's what we would call a true Leo, because he's what the 12 sign believes is Leo, and the 13 sign is Leo. And so, yeah, he loved that attention. He loved to get that shine. And I'm pretty sure if somebody did something to him, whoever did something to him, they hated that. They probably hated that about him, and they saw and experienced that was his superpower. Is that he could just flip that switch and get all the attention, justifiable attention that he could want. He was out here, from what they say, he was really out here, little Mr. Steal Your Girl, but I ain't gonna go there. All I know is y'all saw J Megan. The whole thing was surrounded, like centered on all these different girls who were around Nolan. Yeah, they were around the other folks too, but we all talking about Nolan. And all of them girls that was around him don't look like him. They don't look like Miss Christine, unfortunately. So let that be a lesson. I ain't saying you can't have one or two around, but all of them, like all the girls is all with the good hair, quote unquote. Yeah, no quote unquote, whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, talking slick. So yeah, man, very transformational. No such thing as coincidence. And just like this Aquarius is anti-attention, we're gonna really have to keep these emotions in check. Everybody knows, they can feel how emotional we are about this. Even on a spiritual level, in different realms and past and present and future. This is an emotion, this is a feeling that transcends time. Us being wronged by injustice in this country. And we have to come together as a collective to combat it. We got to have a lion heart, warrior spirit from our past. The South Node represents the past. The North Node represents the future. It's propelling us into this age of Aquarius, this age of connection and community and technology. organization, group collective cooperation and thinking and socialization. Y'all so afraid of socialism and communism? It's here. Cuz that's the only way we're going to survive. I know y'all really want to do this by yourselves. Guess what? You never have and you never will. So you might as well just get over that. Hating somebody that really can save your life because they look differently and you hate yourself. That's the main reason. You really hate yourself. I'm talking to you. You know who you are. You just can't stand our beautiful young black men. I'm going to continue. Venus and Virgo, that's my sign. I have Venus and Virgo. It's actually pretty close to where it is in my chart. But it's kind of an aversion to materialism, um, to luxury, to romance. It's very much the opposite of that. It's gonna be direct, straightforward, hard, coarse, a little challenging, a process. It's not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be enjoyable. You know, it's gonna be a very like tedious experience having to have these conversations. Even now, I'm gonna give y'all a glimpse. When I try to bring this stuff up at work to my people, to other black people, they just do not want to talk about it. I'm like, bro, let's they like, nah, man. I'm come to work, give them a check, go home. I'm like, damn, bro, but like, they I don't know, I'm from there. I'm from this, but I'm like, I don't want to talk about it. It is what it is. You should know better. That's the problem. I know better and I know we can do better. And that's why I want to talk about it, because I want to get us all on the collective on the same page. As black people, we got to stop accepting this bullshit. Ain't no way. Ain't no way in hell. In their 2026, should we still be accepting this bullshit from them? So we got to do better. Let's do this. Mars. This is the sign of Mars. I know it looks like the sign for the male gender. That's the entire point. Venus is a symbol for the female gender. That's in Virgo. And then you got Mars and Gemini. It's crazy. They're almost what we would call square because there's 90 degrees between them. So the houses that I do have 12 houses. If you're familiar with house astrology, it may look a little different because people adjust the houses based on different things. I do like it just that's where I flatten the chart out and I make it like, the 30 degrees and the 12 houses instead of the 12 signs. Because I feel like houses are very interpretive, whereas the constellations are very not interpretive. Very accurate, very literal, matter of fact. Like Scorpio along the ecliptic, this is how long the sun is in Scorpio. Along the ecliptic, this is how long the sun is in Virgo. You know what I'm saying? Virgo is the largest sign. Pisces is the second largest sign. Then I want to say you have Taurus, then Leo. Then everything else falls in after that. I think Sagittarius, maybe, yeah. Man, then maybe it gets to shorter than 30 degrees, which is like Capricorn, Gemini, definitely Libra, definitely Aries, Aquarius, Cancer. All these are shorter. You see, real quick, just through there. So Mars and Gemini. We're definitely gonna have a conflict of words. It's gonna be a lot of mudslinging, cussing, shouting, back and forth. We're gonna have to go to war with our words, which is Gemini, and a lot of like talking, communication through talking, whereas like Virgo is communication through technology and like media, whether it's newspapers and magazines or TV shows and movies and blogs and websites, whereas with Gemini, it's like, oh, date night, chatty patty. Or I might get on the telephone and talk to you for a few hours, or I might flirt a certain type of way. I need to be in your face just so I can say something a certain type of way. It's more personal. It's also more fleeting. It's not as concrete. It's not as tedious and meticulous. But we're gonna have to love that part of it in order to kind of get through the process. We're gonna have to find joy and pleasure out of the hard process. Where with the Gemini, we gotta confront that, what's the word? Not how people are ignorant, but how people neglect and just, ignore. We gotta confront that. Like, nah, we gonna show you. We gotta put it in your face. It has to be a certain type of way. You know, we're going to war with principle. It is. It's all about the principle. It's like, man, come on now. Y'all know if this boy wasn't black, y'all would be handling this investigation a lot differently. Y'all know if them other boys was black, you would be handling this investigation a lot differently. You ain't got to necessarily think somebody did something, but you can put all of your resources towards figuring out what happened. That's all we're asking. That is all we're asking. And we gonna keep asking. That's another thing. Mars is like consistent action. We about that action, boss. Very Mars, very much in your face. I love how Sister Christine, when the DA tried to say all this slick shit, she said, I'm about to subpoena this Cito. Right? I'm going to set a date for you to agree to, since you don't want to subpoena the phone. Like, I don't think that's a bad thing. Because once they subpoena the phone, they on the hook for whatever happens to that phone. That way they can't say we did something. They can't say the boy. Everybody knows y'all are in charge. And y'all are taking the responsibility. That DA had no business asking them to drop the phone off. If this is a true investigation, subpoena the damn phone. And while you at it, subpoena everybody's goddamn phone. That's what you're supposed to do. But here we are. And then let's talk about Jupiter. Jupiter in Cancer, meaning we're gonna find joy and expansion and luck and growth in our families. I can see how even when the DA asked for them to drop out the phone, you know what the Wells was doing? They was spending time with each other away from all of this madness. And you tried to interrupt that. You evil, rotten excuse of a woman. Something happened to that man, that woman's baby. And I don't know if you have children, but as a woman, man, I would expect you to just empathize with another woman going through that type of grief. I watched my grandmother bury her daughter, my mother, and I saw what it did to her. No one should ever have to bury their child. And all she's asking for is answers of what happened. And I don't know what you think you're doing, but we see you. Do you know that we can see you? We see how you acting. You ugly. You being ugly as fuck, man. It ain't even about being right. You wrong as hell. We ain't even arguing. Like, we don't even care. You wrong as hell, Miss DA. But you being ugly. And you need to stop. All of y'all. Mr. Worski over there in Collins County. I ain't never even looked at your picture. I bet you got a chicken neck just like goddamn Mr. Maggot Food. Mr. Maggot Food's dad. Maggot Food man. Maggot man. He's just a maggot. He's the scum of the earth. He's like a fly on shit. That's how much I think of Jeff Metcalf and Austin for that matter. But whatever. We're gonna find joy and expansion through nurturing each other. You know what I'm saying? So all these hateful comments, people coming on here talking that trash, just recognize, oh, poor baby. You ain't got nobody to love you like how we love each other. Cause that's why we fighting for Karmelo. We fighting for him because we love him like he's one of ours. Cause we know, had that been my son, I would have wanted him to do the same exact thing. You hear that? You goddamn right. I would hope he didn't kill him, but oh well. You shouldn't have been talking shit. You had no business in my face. You shouldn't have touched me. And you and your thugs. Let me stop. I told him I wasn't gonna say that. I gotta find a different word. You and your pigs. That's what it is. Y'all look like pigs. Little pink skin piglets. In Texas too. All that goddamn sun. And you out here looking pink. What's wrong with you? You know? No disrespect. I ain't trying to be prejudiced. Just talking shit. It's YouTube content. Allegedly. So yeah. Hold on to your people. Love on your people. Saturn and Pisces. Neptune and Pisces. Pluto and Capricorn. I'm gonna let all y'all take time to figure it out. Cause that's gonna be like that for a while. So we're gonna be talking about that. Don't worry. Saturn and Pisces, Neptune and Pisces. It's gonna be a couple years. So we got time. Pluto and Capricorn. We got time to talk about that. Don't worry. But interestingly, all this stuff is in the 11th house, which means it is gonna be challenging for us to kind of come together and see it as a collective, even on a spiritual level, which is very Piscean on a spiritual level. But this is a pretty good chart, man. I love it because it's an eclipse, so it's automatically gonna be very very transformational. But you just finding out how everything kind of plays out together, how everything looks, you know, in proximity to each other. It's beautiful. It's beautiful being able to kind of interpret the sky on this level. Don't forget about Uranus over here in that first house. Ooh, it's gonna be intense. Okay, in your face. Nothing wrong with that. But it's getting late, y'all. Um, I did want to tap in real quick with some more Kendrick, and I know I'm probably the only person left, but let's get it while we can. He dropped a new single with DJ Dahi earlier today. It's called How to Pray. And not only is this just a beautiful song, but it has a very important message that I want to go through. I'm going through it a little bit, but I'm trying to dissect it real quickly in the next 10 minutes or so. It opens with a kind of duet back and forth or ensemble. Kendrick and Amber Mark singer said, "I trust me." He said, "Trust me, I trust you back." Reciprocation. We live in the satisfaction. Reciprocation is balance. That's that justice. You know. Um, I, in my spiritual philosophy that I do study, Kemetic philosophy, Ma'at, truth, justice, righteousness, harmony, balance, reciprocity, reciprocation. We live in the satisfaction, love drum. I call your name, then call God. Both one and the same. It's just that divinity. That's that netter rule. You know, you find the divinity in all things. You are finding God. That's another thing. These racist, uncivilized mutts use Christianity as a weapon, and they don't understand real Christianity. True Christianity is all about connection and embracing not only each other, everyone, but just the good with the bad. That's why we don't kill y'all. That's why we don't do to y'all what you do to us. Because we really live this higher righteous ideals that says nobody's life is more valuable than the others. Even if y'all do have pink little chicken necks that just be wiggling when you talk. And you talk slow. Like you got peanut butter stuck on your teeth. Hold on. I thought I was sharing this. Is this thing on? Is this thing on? What happened? Ah, there it is. Gotcha. It's the buttons, man. I be forgetting the buttons sometimes. My bad. And you know what? I'm a scoot you on over here. On over here now. Love drum. I call your name, call God, both one and the same. You know, you got friends, I got more. We sneaky jealous. The couth and ignoring me, not too careless. Who the couth and ignoring me? What does that even mean? Tell you what I'm about to, but I can't without you. Cold stairs. I've been through something. I need nurture. Is that a promise? I swear to God, I ain't go through this chart and look at this beforehand. Y'all see how that nurturing plays out in that Jupiter and Cancer. I need nurturing. You know, the city raised me. The blood spill changed me. The world blamed me, but you never shamed me. I want more optimism. You raised different. That's way different. Give me some time. I'll come back around. Teach me how to pray. And I love you for now. It's interesting. Teach me how to pray. And I love you for now. It reminds me of teach me how to love. Show me the way to surrender my heart. Girl, I'm so. Yeah. Teach me how to love. Show me to get my emotions involved. Teaching me. So getting them emotions, getting that connection, connecting or opposing. That's another thing. About to make me go back real quick for the recorder. Whoever's here with me, shout out to you. I see you 1 and 2. It's probably my wife, my number one fan. She's my number one fan too. Watch her text me and be like, all right, Dad, if I'm your number one fan, then get off that goddamn screen and come to bed. I could only imagine. Oh yeah, with it, huh? I'm gonna pull up this thing real quick just so I can show y'all. I ain't show it, and I'm sad I ain't show it. I meant to show it. I gotta do a better job showing. This is the opposition, y'all. This full moon. I meant to talk about that because I ain't really talk about it with the aspects. We have what's called conjunctions. You know, when planets or placements are right on top of each other, all of these are conjunct because there is what's called an orb. More the orbs on certain planets are bigger, like the sun and the moon. They have larger orbs than other planets like Pluto and Chiron and all that. So this is all conjunct, but this is also when you're looking in the center, it's opposite because this is 180 degrees away in the grand scheme of the entire circle. And so you got trines, which are 120 degrees. So how we're feeling and our emotions are gonna help us. The trine is very what we would call beneficial, very like assisting, whereas squares are very much like conflicting, challenging. So these emotions are gonna help out with this conflict that we have, this war of words. We're gonna be able to use our emotions and tap into these justifiable feelings because we've been proven and scientifically validated through this Aquarian energy. You know how we're gonna approach this war of words, this back and forth, probably through the media, through the courts and the records and stuff like that. But yeah, the sun and the moon and the full moon are in opposition. We're in not necessarily conflict, but opposite sides of the spectrum, reflecting each other. Just like you look in the mirror and it reflects what you see back to you. These white people are showing us who we are right now, how we are either standing up or falling down. Just like we're showing them how evil they are. Do you know this is J Megan? I'm pretty sure is just super duper happy to see. I was good, bro. Appreciate you tapping back in. Yeah, I'm on my astrology shit right now. I know it might be a little bit out there, but I appreciate you hanging with me, man. Shout out to Uja. We'll put you out on the screen. The real one. The realest tonight for sure. And we're going on 5 hours. I'm gonna go ahead and meet the mark just because I can. The only person that's gonna stop me is my wife and my kids. So Lord and Lordess or whatever the feminine Lord is, Lordess, Goddess, God and Goddess willing, I'll be all right. I can get this thing done. I'm almost done anyway. But yeah, man, this opposition, this showing us how we're in opposition with each other. White, black, man, woman, red, blue, Democrat, Republican, rich, broke, fat, skinny. It's all like we just dividing each other. And what oppositions teach us how much we need to come together. How much we need to just take steps towards each other. Because no matter what the other person does, the other person can stand still. And if one side chooses to take a step either direction, you're going to be moving closer together. And that's the responsibility. That's the lesson in the opposition. Yeah, it's going to show you better than it can tell you. Just literally putting up a mirror, reflecting whatever you need to see right back to you. Your past and your present and your future. That's what this is. The South Node is the past. This moment is the gift. It is a present. And that North Node is telling you about that future. So this was all very much very enlightening. I believe this chart is very much appropriate for what's going on right now. And then Afiyuk is over here in the seventh house. Man, listen, Scorpio over here in the seventh house. Y'all better get it on. Put on some of that Marvin Gaye, D'Angelo, little Smokey Robinson. Make that thing happen. Cause the time is now. That's what families, right? You know how you make a family? Let's get it on. Teach me how to pray, and I love you for now. Love this song, man. This shit dope. This shit dope as hell. Teach me how to pray. I love you for now. That shit is deep as hell. Man, am I logged in? I'm about to annotate this shit. What y'all think? Teach me how to pray, and I love you for now. Prayer is one of those life lessons. You know, you gonna carry with you forever. So it's very interesting to say for now, because even in this context, it could be in this exact moment or for this moment. I love that. Why is he so gifted? Teach me how to pray. And in prayer, see, we about to be going for I didn't know I was gonna be annotating on here. I'm genius. But god damn. I'm really just doing this as a placeholder. Because I can always come back, but I want to be the first. So teach me how to pray, and I'll love you for now. So even in prayer, you have to have faith. So how to pray could be just another way of saying having faith. Teach me how to have faith. You know, I ain't ashamed. I'm about to just share this whole jump. Cause I want y'all to see my process, how I really do this thing. You know what I'm saying? I ain't no joke with how I'm cut with this cloth, you know? Like, since you think I got me a low IQ, I'm gonna show you what the fuck I do with this shit. Into the matrix, motherfucker. We are now entering the dimension of ascension. Our only intention is to get you high. Hell yeah, my lord. How to pray, and I love you for now. We're gonna open another tab. We're gonna get our brave on. And so I do prayer etymology. The English word prayer comes from the online etymology dictionary root meaning an earnest request or petition. Interesting. See, this is the type of shit I like to include with my annotation. But you see how I kind of verbally spoke it out, and then now I'm going to the internet. I talked about how prayer kind of coincides with having faith, and then looking at the etymology, to pray really means to make a petition or an earnest request. Prayer is simply talking and listening to God honestly from your heart. There you go. Love. And I'll love you for now. So let's just say prayer is simply, we could say prayer can be seen, right? I like to reword sometimes. Simply talking and listening to God in how to pray. And I'm gonna go back and do these the right way. I forget because I haven't done it in so long. But in how to pray, we see in this first verse the signs of a loving yet, and I capitalize that, not necessarily supposed to, yet tumultuous. That's one of my favorite words to use. Relationship. At the end of the first verse, he's asking his partner to teach him how to pray. How to pray, which can be said as how to have faith. Right? So let's go back to our Google. You have to believe in what you're saying, because why would you lie to yourself and or God? Yeah, I'm going on, but whatever. Like I said, this is a placeholder. In order to believe that God is going to work in your favor. This is what it means to have faith. End of the first verse, he's asking his partner to teach him. Teach me how to have faith. In this relationship, in each other, and ultimately in God. I'm going on. I don't know why, but I'm really going on. I'm having fun with it. It's all one and the same. Man, this is beautiful. Man, I'm killing it. This is exactly what he said. It's one and the same. Both one and the same. Saying, I'll love you for now can double as in I'll love you for this moment also saying moment means so much that I'll always love you. Yeah. Let's read back through it. See how well we did with it. Prayer can be seen as simply talking and listening to God from your heart. You have to believe in what you're saying, because why would you lie to yourself and or God, in order to believe that God is going to work in your favor. This is what it means to have faith. And how to pray, we see in this first verse the signs of a loving yet tumultuous relationship. At the end of the first verse, he's asking his partner to teach him how to pray, which can be said as teach me how to have faith in this relationship, in each other, and ultimately in God. It's all one and the same. Saying saying I'll love you for now can double as in playfully saying I'll love you for this moment. And I'll also playfully saying I'll love you for this moment. And also saying this moment means so much that I'll always love you. Saying I'll love you for now can double as playfully saying I'll love you for this moment. And also saying this moment means so much. Yeah. 222. Save. Alright. I swear we're not gonna get through this damn song. But I'm gonna try to. No, I'm over the 5 hour mark. Gosh. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Chorus. I'll take it could take a life. I love this part too. It could take a lifetime. It could take a lifetime. Hold you by the waist now. Maybe we can waste time. Maybe we can waste time. Maybe we can waste. It could take a lifetime. It could take a lifetime. Hold you by the waist now. Maybe we can waste time. Maybe we can waste time. Ain't nothing better in the world than to waste time with the one that you love, boy. He said, I'll kiss your neck, I'll kiss your ear. The sensitivity, I grab your waist in the mirror. There go that damn mirror again. Okay. Who we are more than we know. A journey for two as a story unfolds. I seen violence, you seen love. I suffer in silence, you opened up. I say free the homies till they all free. There's a plot twist because you freed me. Good night. What who said something? Plot twist released 3 months prior. Damn. Free T and free Greasy, my Achilles, which is likely the reference Kendrick is making. Wow. Huh. Dang, somebody hate. That's a plot twist because you freed me. He ain't say nothing about that though. That's why I don't like it. But whatever. I ain't gonna hate. Truth or dare, is it Lamborghini or Kundalini? Now that shit is hard. Oh man. Damn. I want to come back and annotate that. God damn, that shit is hard. Is it Lamborghini or Kundalini? It's the duality. Violence and love, silence and opening up, Free the homies till they all free. There's a plot twist because you freed me. God damn it. This could be deep as fuck too because, oh my God. Him dissing Drake freed him to be himself. All right, I'm done. Let me stop. What's up? Uja, I'm a anybody can annotate. I'm on Genius. Anybody can annotate. You just gotta have an account on Genius. And that's the problem. A lot of real hip hop heads, a lot of folks that's really like dissecting these lyrics, they don't annotate on Genius. Like it's kind of very cultish because people can kind of upvote or downvote your annotations. I'm big on the poetic justice theory, so I get a lot of hate. I probably got hella notifications about people downvoting my shit because they just don't agree with it. But I know I put together really, really good annotations that, whether they're true or not, can be evaluated to their merit. That's what I do. So, yeah, it's pretty dope. And so, this line right here where it says "Truth or dare, is it Lamborghini or Kundalini?" That shit is hard as fuck. God damn. Well, I forgot what did he say? One is rare and the other one's only good for TV. That is a fucking bar. That is a fucking bar. God damn. I can share war stories in and out of my maturity. You know what's good for me. Sing a song that I never heard. I promise you got my word. To put your body in position the way it deserves. It's a simple transaction when we break it down. Teach me how to pray, and I'll love you for now. God damn. Nah, this is deep. This is deep as fuck. Oh, wow. It can take a lifetime. It can take a lifetime. Hold you by the waist now. Maybe we can waste time. This shit hard as hell. This is so hard. I'm about to cut the stream. You know what's good for me? Sing a song that I never heard. I promise you got my word. To put your body in position the way it deserves. It's a simple transaction when we break it down. Teach me how to pray, and I'll love you for now. Nah, for sure. Yeah. So that's my little annotation. That's my little contribution. Prayer can be seen as simply talking and listening to God from your heart. You have to believe in what you're saying, because why would you lie to yourself and or God in order to believe that God is going to work in your favor? This is what it means to have faith. And how to pray, we see in his first verse the signs of a loving yet tumultuous relationship. At the end of the first verse, he's asking his partner to teach him how to pray, which can be said as teach me how to have faith in this relationship, in each other, and ultimately in God. It's all one and the same. Saying I love you for now can double as playfully saying I love you for this moment, and also saying this moment means so much to me that I'll always love you. There, yeah. Yeah, bro, I got a long backlog too, for sure. Yeah, man. Nah, this is dope. I just like the concepts. Like Kendrick comes up with great concepts. The production on this song is very, very, very well done. I wish I could play it. I might make a separate video or something tomorrow and just play it and just talk about my thoughts. But he gon' drop you a little something with that. Why? Why you got to talk about the mirror, Kendrick? Why you got to play these games? This might be my favorite bar. Truth or dare, is it Lamborghini or Kundalini? So obviously they're playing truth. One is rare and the only the other one's only good for TV. Yeah, I'm about to do this annotation real quick while I'm on here. What say ye? Truth or Dare is a children's game where you pick either option to either admit the truth about something or commit to a dare without knowing what it is. The fact that he doesn't say, I dare you to dot 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 means they is it chose the truth. All right, let me put that in the one. Yeah, he or they immediately ask, is it Lamborghini or Kundalini? I love that. A Lamborghini is a universal symbol of material success or financial success. Just the sight of a Lambo, quote unquote, Lambo, makes you think about money. For sure. Kundalini, on the other hand, I know what it means, but I'm just about to just see what is Kundalini. Yeah, there we go. Is the cultivation. Kundalini, on the other hand, can be said as the cultivation of spiritual energy in one's body. Right? Yeah. Him saying one is rare and the other one only good for TV mean exactly. More people do need to look in the mirror. But just like looking in the mirror kind of reflects what you see, he's telling you with his Lamborghini or Kundalini, it's not always about what you see. The rarest thing can be what you don't see. But absolutely, people definitely need to look in the mirror, and in that mirror, there's opposition, right? You're opposing the mirror. You have to reflect. You have to see. It's a lot. I break a lot of this down in my poetic justice series. One of the titles of my episodes in the series is looking in the mirror. That's why I recognize it. But whatever. Him saying one is rare and the other one's only good for TV puts the idea that let alone the fact that yeah, for sure. All right, then. This is a beautiful song. It could take a lifetime. We gotta make these black boys fly. Black boy fly, black boy fly. Maybe we could waste time It's all relative now. In the end, it's gonna be all right. Yeah. So I don't even really have too much more to say. I'm all done. Everybody tap in to this album, Black Boy. Interesting. Black Boy Alternative. I'm definitely gonna be tapping into this tomorrow or later today. But yeah, this was fun. I had to kind of take my time to get into everything. I probably missed a couple things, but I just wanted to like really share my perspective on everything that's going on. Shout out to brother Ben Crump. Are you standing on business, holding it down? Shout out to everybody, um, spreading love, supporting the families, being a shining light in the community, living in the ways that your ancestors will want you to. The people that fought and died so that we could be here now. Remember, be here now. Um, we honor them by showing our gratitude, speaking life into their spirit, into their existence. Nolan Wells is no different. You know, we charge him up every time we say his name. You know, whether she knows it or not, his mom gives us a little charge, a little push, just a little something extra to be able to endure those challenging times. And that's what we got to continue to do, not just for Nolan, not just for Karmelo, but for everybody, for all these black boys stuck in the system, becoming victims of injustice. And we got to do what we can to prevent that from happening in the home. It starts with your children. Starts with yourself. How you see yourself. How you see your future. That's all the youth are your future. So I love this. I ain't even think that the album was called Black Boy Alternative. I mean, I knew it was, but that Black Boy Fly to the Black Boy Alternative, boy, that Black Boy Fly, boy. Man, hold on, man. Let me pull this thing on up, man. Y'all playing. Y'all playing right now. Is this the album cover? Yuck. Ooh wee. Nah, that's hard. Y'all see that? Hold on. Yeah, y'all see that shit. That shit hard as fuck. Little, you know, a little colors, the tones, the look. He's like, bro, stop fucking with me, man. Yeah, yeah. The behind the scenes, little canvas. That's dope. Look like a quilt too. Ain't that something? Shout out to the ancestors. Put that quilt in the background. That's hard. Yeah, I love it. Black boy, black boy fly. Ooh, the boy got the bow tie. I am a bow tie guy. I like bow ties. That shit clean. Mm. the rest of your life. What was it? Featuring Mez and Find Me. Yeah, okay. So, you got Vince Staples on here, Gambino, okay, El Mini, whatever. Hey, I put my 2 down on the Kendrick jump. I'm good. Truth or Dare. Is it Lamborghini or Kundalini? That shit is hard. I wonder how long it took him to put that bar together. Truth or Dare. Is it Lamborghini or Kundalini? One is rare and one is rare. Woo! And the other one's only good for TV. Nah, that shit hard. I can share war stories in and out of my maturity. You know what's good for me? Sing a song that I never heard. I promise you got my word. All right, I'm about to go listen to that. Y'all be easy, man. It's been love. I appreciate y'all for tapping in with your boy. Until next time, let me pull it up. Hold on, I gotta pull up my jump. Wait a minute. Uh, wait a minute. Wait. Nope, that ain't it. Lost. Yeah. No. Where's it at? Okay, I gotta figure something out right quick. Hold on. Black boy fly, watch that black boy fly. I used to be. Here we go. And read report. And read report. No. Okay. Maybe not. Maybe so. You know. All right. I gotta do better. We'll figure it out. But for now, this will work. Dua Nature. To all ancestors known and unknown, we give thanks for your guidance and protection along this journey called life. Ankh Uja Seneb. Ashe. Long live Nolan Wells. Justice for Karmelo Anthony. And power to the people. Amen. Amen. Amen.